to talk about today. But as folks file in, just to give people, I know a lot of people like to watch this show live. So I think we can comment on what we saw last night. The Dodgers advance. I do feel bad for Philly's pitcher. That's not the way that you want to go out. But you know what? The Dodgers were the better team in that series. They deserve to advance, in my opinion. And Brian Leonard, how about the Cubbies forcing a Game 5 that'll go tomorrow night after being down 2-0 in the series? Anything that you guys saw from last night's games that you want to point out, or maybe that you're looking ahead to apply in the next round, or Game 5 tomorrow for Brewers Cubs, and then we'll get into the other game.
Well, I'll just talk about the ending of the Dodgers game. I never played baseball in organized leagues or whatever, but I always played softball. We played at a pretty good level. I was playing in the Cleveland Championship one year, and I was a pitcher, and they had the bases loaded. Very similar situation. They had a line drive right back at me, hit me in the ankle, and I did the same thing. I threw a wild pitch to home, and so I've been in the same boat, much smaller, obviously, but it does affect you. And as soon as it happened, I told my wife, I said, he's got to throw to first, and he didn't throw to first. If he throws to first, he gets him. It happens. It shouldn't come down to that, but it was a hell of a ball game if you like pitching and defense. Some of the defense was really good, other not so good, but that's the way we've seen the playoffs so far. But the Dodgers look like they found their closer, and you got to think right now that they're going to be, if you didn't think it earlier, they're the team to beat.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think that the Dodgers won, but I think Dave Roberts made another stupid decision in that game that almost cost him. In this situation, I think when you have a veteran pitcher on the mound, you let him go until he gets into trouble. And I think they pulled the starter way too early there. 80 pitches, he only gave up 2 hits. You don't take the guy out then. They switched him. The next guy up immediately gave a runaway. I thought this is the end of the Dodgers for this game. Great call, Dave Roberts again. But the Dodgers got through with that great lineup. Having Will Smith back is just a big, huge thing. I was on the wrong side of the Brewers game. I think a lot of people probably were, because I don't think anyone expected Peralta to be that terrible and just give the game away right in the first inning. And the Brewers bats just died yesterday. 3 hits in a playoff game is not where you want to be. So they've had 2 games where they've struggled. Actually, the game before that, they lost 4-3 and they got 7 hits. So that's not so bad. But they do have some sleepy bats. And I mentioned on the show yesterday, the Cubs are the power team and the Brewers are the grinded out team, manufacture runs team. And you can see it in their stats. I mean, the Cubs have almost 100 more home runs than the Brewers do, but the Brewers have more hits, which tells you that they're a grinded out team. And when that factory conveyor belt is not grinding out hits, your offense comes to a complete halt, which is where the Brewers were last night. So back home, we'll see who the pitchers are. I don't see any indication yet, but that's going to be a good Game 7, I think. Could be the end of the Brewers' reign, but hey, the last time I called the Brewers out, look what happened to them. So we'll see what happens. But Dodgers got by on another poor Dave Roberts decision. You notice the Phillies let their starter go until the 7th inning, and he did great. So anyways, those are my thoughts.
So I guess I'll go on the Brewers Cubs first. I really wasn't that surprised that they got the Peralta. Why? Because as I said yesterday, familiarity catches up with just about everyone. You see a guy enough. These are 2 division rivals. They've played, what did I said yesterday, 13, 17. So this will be their 18th game coming up on Saturday. I just don't think either team is doing something that the other team is not prepared for at this point. I don't think either team is a pitcher that the other team is not prepared for at this point. The margin between the 2 teams is not that steep. So really not surprised the Cubs won. And Game 5 should be awesome. It's a division battle. It'll be interesting to see what the respective teams do, because they are both in a position where they may have to mix and match a little bit. They may have to decide how long they want to go with like someone like Mizrahi, or, how they want to play it. So those are those are my favorite type games when it gets to the playoffs. And then you've got both coaches that really have to make decisions. Of course, you have Craig Counsell, who knows his opponent as good as anyone. Murphy has proven to be a great coach. I didn't think he was going to be this good of a coach following Counsell. He's been awesome. So that's going to be a great game. As far as the Dodgers, listen, I'll go back to what Brian said. If I don't know what else the Dodgers need to do to make you a believer in this team. And I actually think it's actually amazing that the market hasn't believed in them as much as I thought they would. I think it's the Phillies being the Phillies, and that series started in Philadelphia. The Dodgers just won that series 3-1. We're never really in danger of not winning the series. Ohtani hit 148. Freeman hit 217. Will Smith 154. I mean, those three did nothing. Really did very little all series. And as far as going back to Glasnow coming out, I mean, one of the best things that the Dodgers have done that I think could be the key to them winning the World Series is Roki Sasaki coming out of the bullpen. Mm-hmm. That has been a tremendous move for them. And when I'll go back to the term, it's an embarrassment of riches. They have so many guys, so many different ways they can use them. But that was huge for them. They started experimenting with that at the AAA level when he was down there rehabbing. The reason they did that is because his rehab wasn't going well. So I watched quite a few Oklahoma City broadcasts during his time down there, and they did not like how his rehab was going. So that's why they decided to make the move, because they didn't really have room for him. They didn't want to bring him back up to the bigs, and they kind of like sent him down. He still had options. So when his rehab was done, they let him go down there, appear as a reliever. It's happened. Some of these guys, look at what was it, Varland? I mean, some of these guys, when they know they only have to go out there for an inning or two, suddenly they're throwing 100, and they're a whole different pitcher. So that, I think that's huge for the Dodgers. And we've talked about their bullpen woes at times this year. Sasaki was great yesterday, 3 scoreless, and gave his team a chance to win. So, yeah.
And
I'm with you, Brian.
That's crazy. Crazy that they're using him for 1-inning spurts, because when he was in Japan, he was basically going into the 8th inning every single start out here. But again, the bats are really weak out here. We get game scores of 5.5 and 6.5 out here, where you're getting 8 and 8.5 out there. Not today, though, which we'll get to in just a moment. But yes, what other team left in the playoffs could beat the Philadelphia Phillies in that series without their best batter hitting? Probably no other team.
The Phillies were without Wheeler. That's an average baseball team in a 5-game series, in my opinion. But I mean, of all the teams that are left in the playoffs, if your best hitter is not producing, you'd be in trouble. Most teams would be in trouble, but the Dodgers are not. So that's kind of. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a worthwhile point to make. Like the Dodgers, and this will be my transition into today's game. The Dodgers can overcome managerial mistakes. That's when you have that much talent. Yep. It's very similar to the Yankees last year. The Yankees were a game or two away from winning a championship, and they made more mistakes than anyone. But last year with Soto, that team, Cole, they just had all the talent in the world, and you can overcome it. A team like the Detroit Tigers cannot, okay? And I think that'll be the segue into this game. They don't have the talent some of these other teams have. What they do have is the best manager. In my opinion, give me A.J. Hinch against anyone else in the playoffs. I power rate him 1 from a managerial standpoint. Brian Leonard in this spot, he also, though, this will be one of the times throughout the series where he does have that ace pitcher, right? Tarik Skubal on the mound. But the Mariners might like their ace. I think you could call George Kirby at least 1A, 1B, 1C out there right now is kind of like where their pitchers go. So Tigers Mariners game 5. Start us off. How are you seeing it?
Yeah, it was interesting that Brandon brought up the total, and that's the first thing that jumped out at me is we're now seeing 5.5s out there slightly to the over.
Don't see it often.
Yeah, then that's the way I would have treated the game, was to play the under. But even I don't have the cojones to play an under 5.5 in a Major League Baseball game, because 1 inning we could see it, 3-run homer like we did yesterday in the Milwaukee game, and that was basically the game right there in the first inning. So, well, we got Skubal going. He's about a 125 favorite here. Total of 5.5 over -120. There is a couple There's a couple sixes out there you got to lay about 115, 118 for, but yeah, it's expected to be a low-scoring game, and with these two pitchers, you could fully see that happening. Skubal comes in 2.21 ERA, 2.73 expected, 0.89 WHIP. Been fantastic on the season, best pitcher in baseball, and he's proven it. And he continues to pick up major innings. He finished the season with 195.1, and he's already gone 3-4 games already in the playoffs. So he may have. He's not a guy I'm looking to bet on early in the season next year. Let's just say at this point. Because of all these innings he's piled up, but he loves it, and that's what he does. He's just a great pitcher, and you've got to be really good to beat him. George Kirby, up and down season because of injuries, comes in with a 4.21 ERA, 3.85 expected, 1.19 WHIP. I don't know if I'd rate him as a 1A, 1B. I think he's a solid number 2 on any team in Major League Baseball. If you take a look at his record the last 3 years, 10-8, 14-11, 13-10, and Seattle's been pretty good over that time. So you would think a number 1 guy would have better numbers than that. And if you take a look at the StatCast page, it's more red than anything, but average exit velocity, 14th percentile, hard hit rate, 21st. He is a step down from Skubal. So I would go like Skubal's a complete ace, best pitcher in baseball, and Kirby's a solid number 2. But Seattle's been very good at home all year, and this is a tough place to play in. For myself, like I said, I thought it was going to be a low-scoring game. I wanted to play the under, but the line is keeping me off of it. So I may look to do something in live betting and get a bet in that way. But other than that, I'll be passing on this one. On a side note, it would have been nice if Jesus Luzardo got the save yesterday, because then, according to Tokyo Brandon, Jesus saves, and he would have got the save for Philadelphia. Also, a fantastic song by the band Sabotage, Jesus Saves, one of the underrated heavy metal bands over the years.
I'll show you my sign right there. Jesus Saves with the hockey goalie mask on. Yeah,
there you go. There you go. Yeah, it's a game I'm looking forward to watch, but I won't have anything on it.
So when I cap games, the first thing I do is just look it over and kind of get my first impression before I look at any lines, before I look at any stats or anything. I just like to get a first impression, because my first impression, I'm not like braggadocious or anything, but my first impression is generally more correct than if I overanalyze something. So when I looked at this, my first impression was, okay, Skubal lost his last start. He's actually lost, I think, his last 2 starts. But my impression is that he hasn't really been very sharp his last 2 starts. That was my impression. Now, am I right or wrong? So I went and looked at his stats. He's been really good, and he's actually been going 7 or more innings in the postseason, which is pretty rare. So it tells you what the manager allows, and the manager for the Tigers allows his starters to go deep. This starter to go deep. Now, my impression was that he had a bad start last time, but giving up 2 earned in 7 innings is not a bad start. With 9K, not a bad start at all. 5 hits and a walk. So my impression was that's a bad start. Okay, that's a bad start for Skubal maybe, but any pitcher in this league would take that start any day. So the game before that, I misspoke. The game before that was a win against the Guardians, the Cleveland team. I hate that name, the Guardians. And he gave up 1 earned in 7 2/3. So Skubal is amazing, obviously. So my next impression was, okay, the Tigers, not exactly a ferocious offense. Seattle's got the names, the hitters, the home run hitters, the best catcher in the league, Suarez, a couple guys behind Suarez who can also swat it. So you got the better lineup against the better pitcher, and usually that means under. So you look at the under, it's 5.5 and 6s. No way you can take that. So I wanted to take a look at Kirby's stats. Now, Kirby's a solid pitcher. He's an upper echelon pitcher, but he's not, in the class of Tarik Skubal at all. But he's facing a lineup that's not exactly murderer's row. But against these batters, take a look at Kirby's past against these batters. 99 at-bats against 293 average and a 986 OPS. And he's on the road. So, I'm sorry. He's at home. So he's better at home than not. So what trumps what? Do you trust the fact that he's at home? Do you trust the fact that he's facing a not so great lineup? Or do you kind of rely on his past stats and say, well, maybe the Tigers will get to him? In any case, I think the Tigers will probably come out on top in this one when you put it all together. But it looks like another one of those 2-1, 3-1 kind of games that they've always been having, these two teams. They always seem to have like a 2-1 game. It's kind of looking like that to me. Those are my first impressions. Now I can expound more and more off of it, but I think Adam's chomping at the bit to say something, so I'll pass it over.
Oh, no, I was actually just I was reading a text that someone sent me, college basketball related, because that's all I've been doing in my spare time the last basically week, in addition to, of course, following the Major League Baseball playoffs, watching MLB games, hitting the Giants last night. I'll tell you what, I was going to I'm still going to put this up for sale. But because I'm very, very likely posting a 5% NFL play as soon as I get off the show, or, at some point this morning. I had a nice run going, hit the Giants last night, hit the Jaguars on Monday. So I think it's time to go big. I'm just going to give you the play I made in this game. Again, this is just for you guys that actually watch the show. I'm still putting it up for sale. So know that it is going up for sale. I did play the Tigers here. Now, I know people are going to say, but Trig, I know you need the Mariners. Here's the thing, and I want to answer this, and I'll go back to you two in terms of because I think this is an interesting topic we haven't really covered, and it's going to start to creep up for some people. If you have a future, for me, they're two separate things. So I took some Mariners futures back in May. Okay. I put that's off in the corner. I don't even think about it. I don't let it creep into my handicap. I'm not, because remember, I'm just betting a number relative to what I think it should be in May. I'm not sitting here saying, well, they're going to be in game 5 against Tarik Skubal. We don't know who the matchups are at that point. So I don't even think about that. And so I know people keep asking me, but Trig, you said Mariners. You like Mariners. You've liked them all season. Well, if you go back to watch any of the shows that we've done, I said that this matchup is far more favorable to the Tigers in terms of the way they match up as opposed to the way they would match up with some other teams. So I like the fact that the Mariners don't have much in regards to left-handed pitching. I've said that from the beginning. I think it helps the star players on this Tigers team, which again, it's the playoffs. You need, not everyone's the Dodgers, right? Not everyone can get by without their stars stepping up. And I just truly believe that the best matchup for Carpenter and Green gives the Tigers a better chance to win than if we were seeing someone, if we were seeing a team that was just throwing lefty after lefty against them, even though some of the other players on the team have better numbers against lefties. So I've said the whole year, I think guys the fact that they've seen now Kirby, Miller, Castillo, Gilbert, they're all coming from similar arm slots. They're all right-handed pitchers. You now get the 5th game. You now get your second look at Kirby. I think that's more of an advantage for the Tigers than, let's say, the other way around. Yeah, okay, great. The Mariners get to see Skubal again. And he's one of the best pitchers in the game. He probably is the best pitcher in the game right now. And he, like Tokyo Brandon said, he wasn't bad in game 2 when they lose 3-2. Just a tough game. I think Polanco got him for a home run.
I think it was 2-1, wasn't it?
Was it 2-1? I think there was something like that. It was, the point is, it was a low-scoring game. I like AJ Hinch. I think he's a better manager. And
oh, you're right. 3-2. You're right.
Tokyo Brandon, you made a point that I think was a good point that I want to elaborate on, and then we'll go back to Brian for his thoughts on it. You said Skubal, he's going to let Skubal go. You're 100% right about that. As much as Hinch likes to toy with things, this is the one guy where he's a unicorn, right? You don't have many. Tarik Skubal is an old school ace where it's game 5, this is your game. We're gonna go as you go. Dan Wilson seems to be more old school in the way he handles his pitching, where it's he's riding his starters out he really, if you've watched this series, I mean, he's been hesitant to go get his starter out of the game. It's almost like, I think in every game, at least, I'm pretty sure they've gone at least into the 5th inning. I know he got Miller out in the 5th, but it was like you could kind of see, like, can I get him through the 5th inning? Castillo was in the same boat. Do I want to leave him through 5? So, like, I think Dan Wilson is much more old school, where it's like you're gonna get it's George Kirby's game until it's not, but it's not going to be a scenario where it's like he's in for 2 or 3 innings and then he's out. The only way that's happening is if he's getting shelled. So I think the Tigers, though, you give me a 3rd time through against Kirby, I have more confidence in the Tigers getting the big hit than I would the Mariners 3rd time through against Skubal. And then I don't think there's a huge difference between Hinch managing his bullpen at the end of the game and the Mariners in theirs. Obviously, if it comes down to, like, you got to beat Munoz, well, at that point, you're probably already beat. But other than that, I think the Tigers have the edge. So I'll go back to Brian, and then we'll go to TB. Any follow-up comments to any of that?
No, I will say, whoever wins this, if Detroit does win it, they're behind the 8 ball because they've used Skubal so often. And if he does go what we expect 7 innings or longer today, he'll probably be their number 3 starter in the next series. Whereas with Seattle, they've got so many guys that are in the same general area for starters. It's not as big of a deal for them. So even if Detroit wins this, keep in mind, if you're looking to play the next series, that Skubal will not be able to go likely anywhere near as many times as he's gone so far. And that would lower their chances of winning.
Yeah. Also, one thing to keep in mind, I'll just touch on a couple of props for this game. Skubal, as I mentioned, has finished 7 innings his last 2 starts. 7 innings equals 21 outs. Skubal's outs prop today is 19.5. I've never seen a 19.5 so far this season. Now, Wheeler was the one who was getting a lot of 18.5s, and Brian Wu was getting some 18.5s, but I have not seen a 19.5 yet. This is my first one. So 19.5 means, will he record 2 outs in the 7th inning? So yes or no? He might, but that's you have to have some testicular fortitude to bet that. His strikeout prop, 9.5. So will he or will he not get 10 strikeouts? Holy cow. I haven't seen a 10.5 or a 9.5 this season either. So the books are on to AJ Hinch's managing style. They know this is Skubal's game. They're going to ride him. And I agree with that strategy, because the managers who look to tomorrow when they're making their decisions in this game always lose. You have to win today to even get to tomorrow. So if you're saving guys tonight to get to a game the day after tomorrow, that's a losing strategy. And the managers who do that always lose. But I doubt Hinch will do that. He's not caring about how many games Skubal will start in the next series. He just wants to get to the next series, which is smart managing. Kirby's outs prop, by the way, is 14.5. So will he or will he not finish the 5th inning? I think that's a proper number, because he could come out early. I mean, the playoff games, this is the type of game where a manager can put another starter in as a mid reliever, like we saw with the Phillies doing with Jesus last night. So I think that prop is pretty accurate. And then strikeouts for Kirby is at 5.5, which I think is a little high. Probably look to a little bit lower on that. Just give me one more minute on the hitting side. The guys who have gotten to Kirby on this team are mainly Gleyber Torres is 5 for 12, Keith Colt 5 for 10, and Riley Green is 4 for 12. So if you want to bet hits, runs, RBI props, something like that, those would probably be the guys to look at. I have not done any of those yet because Seattle's bullpen's pretty good. So I'm going to avoid hits, runs, RBIs props or any hitter props for this game. That's my prop segment for y'all.
So I saw something, two comments in the chat. So Wolf, I'll agree with one of these and disagree with the other. I don't think JP Crawford's a good matchup against Skubal. That's a tough. That's left on left, and Skubal probably wipes him out. However, Cal Raleigh, his OPS is higher against left-handed pitching than, I mean, it's high against everything. But he has surprisingly like elite numbers from the right side of the plate for a switch hitter. His OPS is actually higher from the right side of the plate. So I don't mind a Raleigh prop against Skubal if that's the way that you want to go. Google states the Mariners. Yeah, so the Mariners have beat him. Let me just go back to the Mariners against Skubal this year. One of those games was, I believe, either his first or second start of the season. They played the literal first day of April. Tigers Mariners. They then played again in that series that the Tigers kind of were like, yeah, we don't really care. It was the series before the All-Star break where the Mariners swept the Tigers, and I think the Tigers were already on vacation. They had 5-6 dudes going to the All-Star game. They had a 10-game lead in the division. They said, yeah, we're all set here. They got pounded the whole weekend. So I wouldn't put much stock into those regular season numbers for these two teams. It was, if anything, I think the regular season meetings understate the Tigers a little bit because they totally just didn't show up for that series prior to the All-Star break. So I would trust more what you saw in game 2 from Skubal being what you're probably going to see here. That's just sort of my answer to that.
Yeah,
right,
and just to add to that, guys who have done okay against Skubal, yeah, JP Crawford has great numbers against Skubal, but it's small sample size. Arozarena is 6 for 21. Polanco, 9 for 29. So those are guys. If you really want to take a hitter's prop against Tarik Skubal, which I don't think most sane people would do, those would be the guys to target for that. I
do want to point out, if you do Crawford's been batting at the bottom of the lineup.
Yeah.
So the chances of him getting 3 at-bats against Skubal probably not going to happen. So he's going to have to get a hit in his first 2 at-bats. So,
and Crawford's one of those guys who's been around forever. So he might have compiled those stats 2 years ago or something.
Yeah. I would say the best hitter prop, if you want a Mariners hitter prop, it's got to be Cal Raleigh because you're getting him from the right side against Skubal. Probably has the best chance of anyone to hit Skubal in that lineup. His OPS from the right side is over 1,000, And then later in the game, if they do take Skubal out, Raleigh will never be he says it's anyone they throw at him is going to be a good matchup for him. Whereas you could almost argue that Crawford could be pinch hit for at some point if they really wanted to. And Brian's saying he's down at the bottom of the order. Yeah, that would be, I don't think him having a couple of good at-bats against Skubal is enough. I would say give the next 10 at-bats, probably go Tarik's way between those two. So, yeah.
All right. Well, we didn't do any promotions, so let me just throw one out, letting you guys know that WagerTalk allows us to price our MLB plays at $9 for the rest of the season, anything but a 5% play. And all 3 of us generally will put out some free plays. So go to WagerTalk.com and click the free plays page to see what all the WagerTalk cappers are offering. Had to throw that in or else they will skin us.
Yeah, no, check that out. I think TB and I are still grinding out Asian baseball. I know we can put our Korean plays up for a discount. I actually may have a play in KBO, which would be, I believe, kind of tomorrow morning, our time. So keep an eye out for that. And like I said, I kind of gave my thoughts on this game. So, you kind of got to rewatch the show. You'll know when I'm on in MLB today. Brian, you have any hockey for today, you think?
For some reason, there is no hockey schedule today. You talk about the NBA, Major League Baseball doing stupid things. What? You have a full schedule tomorrow, whether it's college football all day long. I don't know. It's early in the season.
I've noticed NHL for whatever reason will do that, and I'm not a hockey fan. I don't even really follow the league at all, but I noticed that they'll have a full day of games, and the next day there will be one game. But they're not getting rained out. They play inside, so I'm not quite sure what the meaning of the open date is for. But
hockey scheduling is quite weird. They do that sometimes. They'll have 2 games in a day, and then the next day they'll have like 10 games. It's kind of weird how they schedule it.
Yesterday, and today they get the day off, I guess. I don't know.
Guess one guy is just in his basement making the schedule and faxes it to him or something.
I got a wedding that day. I don't want to have to watch hockey.
Yeah, we'll go with a league-wide off day, like the 4th day of the season. You know,
Exactly.
People are excited. Hey, people are excited for hockey back. McKinnis has shows at all hours. Let's just take a day off. Let's make sure they have nothing to talk about for a full day.
By the way, I know we're about to finish up. After I did the show yesterday, I did the hockey show, and Prez was on there, and he says, "Brian Leonard never called me to congratulate the Toronto Blue Jays," and he goes, he said he didn't like the pitching staff before the season started. And I said, well, yeah, they didn't have Yusevich then. They didn't have a lot of things. I said, but I put a 5% on Toronto yesterday. Yeah. I've been rooting for Toronto. I've had Toronto a lot lately. So, yeah, he was giving me shit because in Vegas, I said something about the Las Vegas Aces winning the championship a couple of years ago. He goes, who cares about that? I go, well, if they win again the next game, they would have won 3 out of 4 years. I don't see any Toronto teams doing that.
Why don't the Jays win something before people get excited?
Well, that's what I mean. Why do you get congratulated for winning the division series? Like, you got to do a little bit more.
Yeah.
Before
participation trophies for everyone.
The Yankees and the Dodgers weren't overly excited to get to that point. So, yeah.
Yeah. You got to act like you've been there sometimes.
That's right.
You know?
That's right.
Which they haven't. You know, people just like them because they're from Canada, I guess. But yeah, they got a little shot. But if they face the Dodgers, I really don't see them having much chance.
Those early 90s Blue Jays teams, I have some of my first memories of baseball as a kid was my parents taking me to the Sky Dome because it was like, you know, that's like a 4-hour drive from where I grew up. And I pretty much like one of my favorite players as a kid was Roberto Alomar because of his stint on the Blue Jays. And I think they won back-to-back World Series. I would say that's like my first vivid baseball memory as a child was Joe Carter winning that World Series. So
they have Brett Saberhagen on that
maybe
team.
It'll be this year. Maybe it'll be this year for
Saberhagen was with the Royals.
Saberhagen. Okay.
Yeah. But they have a commercial on the games yesterday from the Canadian TV, and they had Joe Carter on it, and he's finally looking old after all these years. He still looks better than anybody that age that I know, but yeah, I love Joe Carter, loved Toronto at that time, and very good baseball team back then.
David, I believe the Diamondbacks have one world championship, but to me, it's still the best one. I still would, as far as for my lifetime, the best World Series I think I've ever witnessed was Arizona Yankees 2001. So that would be, I believe, the Diamondbacks' lone title, and then of course they fell to the Rangers 3 years ago, 2023.
2023, and then they've made 2 appearances. Yes, and that was they had Schilling, Randy Johnson. They had a heck of a rotation on that team, man. That was a pretty cool team.
Personally, my favorite Diamondbacks team should have been in the World Series, and they choked against the Rockies. And it would have been the team. It was the year the Red Sox won. I think
they beat the Rockies.
So were the Rockies
in
a row or something?
2007.
They swept the Rockies. They swept the Rockies, but that Arizona team was much better than that Rockies team. And it was just the Rockies got just white hot. I think that was Matt Holliday. They won. They snuck into the wild card, and
they had Bichette and Holliday, I believe. And
it was Holliday. It was Todd Helton. Maybe Troy Tulowitzki. Maybe was already
really good players.
Great team.
Yep.
Anyway, we could reminisce all day. I could sit here and just talk about random, baseball stuff all day. But again, we went through Wolf. What did I think about the Giants game yesterday? Well, that was my client play. Gave it out 4%, or they won outright. So if you're looking for NFL, I'm going to have a 5% up for Sunday shortly. So check that out on my page. Check out these other guys' pages as well. We put up a bunch of free stuff. I'll tell you what, once college hoops starts, the free stuff will on my page will increase considerably because the volume is so much higher. I have so much more I can give out for free. But just all you have to do is go over to the WagerTalk site, hit free picks. It's very nicely organized for you. They're just everyone's free pick is in a row. So check that out. And enjoy Game 5 tonight. We'll be back on Monday. At least we have 2 games to talk Monday. So it'll be Game 2 of, I believe, the AL, Game 1 of the NL. Looking forward to that. Hope everyone has a great weekend, and we'll see you guys on Monday morning.
Yay! What does that cost you to get that done? That looks good.
It's not cheap. Hair is not cheap. We'll leave it at that. Listen, it's more expensive than it cost me in Vegas. I'll say that. Like some things down here are cheaper. Some things are more expensive. Down here, you need good weave. You got to pay for it. Not like Vegas.
Good weave. Good.
That's what it is.
All right, I'm just telling you.
John Murray. Some girls have fake other things, fake nails, fake,
Same.
I gotta have hair. If I don't have hair, I look ugly.
I just looked up and I was like, wow, that looks shiny. You're all shined up like a new penny. Wait, how was your wedding this weekend?
It was fine. I mean, it was a Friday wedding and we had a good time, and my feet might still hurt because I never wear high heels anymore. But yeah, it was look, it's a wedding. What are you gonna do? You're gonna drink, you're gonna dance, you're gonna have fun, you're gonna eat food, you're gonna talk to people, and then it's over. It's like
how much of that scene do you dominate? Are you like dominating all the conversations? Do you let others have a
Well, I think it depends on it depends on what your role is. I was like bridemaid number 7 or something, and I was filling in. So like I didn't dominate any of that. I did during like the bridal shoot or whatever, like in the room, I did make some pretty inappropriate comments. And so the rest of the night, the photographer was like, I'm going to find Kelly because she's going to make people laugh in the photos. So there was some really funny photos taken. It was basically like a frat boy party. I mean,
how old is Brett's sister?
27 or 28. Her fiance was like 25. So these kids just graduated from college, and they're all from Jersey, and they're very stereotypical. And I was just like cracking up. They wanted me to FaceTime all these famous people to them, and I'm like, I'm not going to bother these people right now.
like who are we talking about? Like Clay Travis?
They wanted Clay, and so on Saturday I was like, I text Clay, I go, hey, are you free? And Clay's like, I'm at the FSU game. I'm like, we're not calling Clay so that we can just stare at his face on FaceTime when he can't hear anything when he's trying to enjoy a football game. Like, we're not going to do that.
No.
And they were extra annoying because Maryland was up 20 and we're standing at the pool bar and I'm completely dominating this television. And
what a shock.
They wanted the ALCS on, and they're like, oh, it's fine. Maryland's up 20. Maryland's up 20. You got this. And guess what happened? Yeah, well, needless to say, I didn't buy any drinks for those guys because screw you.
Because of the result of a football game?
Because that cost me a lot of money. Maryland money line, K-State money line, UCF. Like last weekend, we should have robbed the Westgate Superbook blind. All 3 of those games should have won outright. How UCF did not cover that game is still beyond me. By that point, I was like, bye-bye. So it didn't matter.
What does that mean?
We were at Hulk Hogan's bar in Clearwater.
Okay.
I have no idea how we got there, whose idea it was, but there were some women that really hated their lives singing karaoke. And I was just sitting there also hating my life, watching UCF lose that football game. And Chris Thurston and I had decided to play Cal as like our 7th in the college super contest.
Okay.
And I'm like,
okay,
cool. It's 21-0. And then I walk to another bar and I walk in and I'm like, am I wasted? This game was just 21-0.
You're talking about Duke, the Duke Cal game?
Yes.
That game started at like 10:30 on the East Coast. What the hell's the matter with you?
Well, so now it's like 11:30 and I went to another bar and I'm like, what happened in the half-mile walk from the Hulk Hogan bar to the other bar that warranted a 28-point swing?
I was asleep by then. I watched the UFC and then I went to bed. But I think the quarterback got hurt.
I don't know. I just stopped watching at that point. At that point, I just fully committed to not watching football. So yeah, I would say all in all, the wedding weekend went great. Sunday, I felt awful. I had to go to a 2-year-old's birthday party, but at least they had the 4-box on and they were all Bucks fans. So they were super happy that the Bucks somehow won that game. I was not. I would have placed in first. I would have tied for first place in the splash contest, the $1,000 buy-in where you pick every game against the spread. That game and the Bills game, and of course they lock once you put them in, so you can't change them.
Oh.
But so I was really cheering hard for Seattle to cover that game, and that didn't happen. And then I just went to bed at like 7:30 p.m. I was like, I've had enough.
I got to tell you, I continue to be impressed with Baker Mayfield every week. I mean,
I would agree with that.
Out of like every QB in the league, how many quarterbacks in the NFL right now would you say I'd rather have this guy than Baker Mayfield if I need to go down the field and win the game? It's a short list.
Well, we did that comparison, and you guys didn't like the results that I got. Where I compared this quarterback to that quarterback.
But I'm talking about a specific situation. You've got to go down the field and score at the end of the game. I think Mahomes, for sure.
Well, I think Mahomes previously, yes, you would have wanted him in that situation, but.
And I'd say, even though he lost on Sunday, I'd say Josh Allen, because I just think he's the best player in the league. But I don't know that there's anybody else I'd rather have than those two.
Did you hear Baker's press conference?
I did not.
So he's like, they used to call me arrogant. They used to call me an asshole, whatever. He's like, now they call me a dog and say I'm gritty. He goes, the difference is now we're just winning.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can basically be as much of an asshole as you want when you're winning.
Yes.
And then if you start losing, everybody hates you, even though you're exactly the same.
Yes.
Case in point, Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick hasn't changed at all.
Probably not.
But when he was winning, everybody thought it was great, right?
Yeah.
So,
well, I don't think he was like outwardly sleeping with 24-year-old women when he was
probably not. Okay.
I mean, he might have been, but I don't.
No. That is a good distinction. That is a weird.
Listen, I'm not here to judge. It's just a little weird,
yeah.
just a tiny bit weird. Like.
So how'd you do overall for the weekend, other than the drinking and the Hulk Hogan thing?
No, it was great. I had a great weekend. Again, I wish some games would have went a little bit better my direction, at least from a money line perspective. But I think I won like $2,200 in the splash contest. So that was awesome. So that's free rolling me into my survivor pool. John Murray, are you going to get in with us or not? I need to know. There's a $500 revival pool, starts this weekend. 2 picks a week. It's called Bloody Survivor, but it's $100,000 guaranteed. There's going to be a huge overlay because it's $500. Me, Joff, CT are already in, and you refuse to write us back in the group chat.
I'm out.
Why? It works out perfectly. Each of us throw in $125.
I don't care about the $125 at all.
Then just Venmo me the $125, and I won't ask you about it. I'll start a separate group chat without
I can't have any conversation. I'm out. I don't do. I know NFL. I can't have any. I don't want to have. I already have to have enough conversations about the NFL to somehow plow through these shows every day.
Yeah, you do all of these different shows.
I know.
Like you're on with me. You're on with Sammy P. You do the Friday show with Marco. Like. You say it's not part of your job description, but I feel like it is.
It's all an act, too. I honestly could care less about all of it. The NFL. I like college football, and I think the Saturday college football, because I'm just looking at it right now.
Shut up! You've looked at it before Thursday.
I've been at G2E most of the week. I really haven't looked at anything, but Saturday is really good.
Back it up. How is G2E? Just a bunch of like nerds walking around, or?
I was there.
That's what I mean.
I saw Jay Cornegay.
Oh, good. Jay's going in his retirement just for fun to socialize.
He's got for golf. He's got a few irons in the fire. Actually, I have a golf match with Jay on Monday. It's a rubber match from a trilogy we had in the summer.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm excited about that.
Fair. All right.
Yeah. No, G2E was good. Today is like the last day, so it's not too busy, but it was fine. But no, I've mostly been following the baseball playoffs. I haven't really looked at the football.
They've been awful.
What are you talking about?
You're in the playoffs and you leave 85 runners stranded. Like, it's just been, every time I've turned it on, I'm like, this is dumb. This is supposed to be playoff baseball. You guys suck.
But that's because the pitching is elevated.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Anyway, give me the sharp college plays.
I will. The college card looks good, and there's some big games. Let's start with Michigan. Michigan at USC. They took +3. That's a cool game. That's like a Rose Bowl. Oh, it is like a Rose Bowl game. Michigan, they took +3 at USC. This one's in the morning. This is a cool game, actually. They took Missouri +3.5 against Alabama.
I get that.
You don't like it?
No, I get it. I just
you cringed a little bit.
I just don't understand why Mizzou's getting so much love. No, they haven't played a road game yet, but they haven't played anybody yet. That KU game does not look as good as it once did. And frankly, I'm just not sure they've been tested. We'll see.
Okay.
Ty
Alabama.
Simpson might be able to exploit that secondary. I just think it's like one of those, it looks like Vandy, Alabama last weekend where everybody's like, I can't believe you're not on Vandy. And then Alabama backdoors it. And I'm like, well, that's why I didn't take Vandy. Good God.
Vandy was a pretty public dog last week.
That's what I asked on the show.
And that does seem like something you usually play.
Rude. I don't play dogs with fleas.
You don't? Are you sure about that?
I'm very sure about that.
Actually, I have a big compliment I have to give you when we get to the NFL portion.
Wow.
Yeah, I have to like really, really compliment you on something.
Write that down.
I gotta
So you
write
don't
that
forget.
down because I don't want to forget this. I really was impressed with you on Sunday. This one's in the morning too. This one's been bet down a lot, and I found that interesting. Illinois. So Illinois, they bet 16, 14 and a half. We're at 14. I don't know that I could bring myself to bet that. Like, I feel like if I bet that, they'd be down 28-0 by the time I sat down in my chair.
So I have
Ohio
a
State.
weekly splash contest in college football that I'm doing. And you have to pick 10 games, which is not easy. That's a lot of college football games.
That is a lot.
I mean, it's a lot some weeks for me at the super contest college or college super contest. Which one is it?
We branded them all as like super contest this.
Yeah, super contest college.
this,
That's what I
super
thought. It just
contest
sounded
survival.
weird to say it that way.
Yeah.
But we're going to get through it because you're bringing it back next year because it's awesome. That being said, picking 7 is sometimes hard. Well,
Yeah.
Splash is even harder because it's a limited list. And I did take Illinois plus 14.5. I kind of went through the odds logic screen and was like, all right, what are some stale numbers that I can pick off here? So I did take Mizzou plus 3.5. I don't love it. But when you got 5 entries, 6 entries, you got to mix it up. I don't think I can just play the same in every single entry.
Why are you committing to these line moves on Thursday?
Well, I also, first of all, they're due by what? Noon Friday for you
they
guys?
are?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Well, I don't know what your relationship is with your proxy, but we have it until 5 p.m. on Friday.
Yeah, well, let's just say I think it's noon Pacific on Friday, which is 3 p.m. But I'm full of all of these different commitments. And so, like, I've kind of already started talking to different partners. And it's like, here's my 5-6 games. Here's my 5-6 games. And then we kind of do it. And then in Friday morning, I submit them. But yeah,
who are some of these partners that have to suffer through this? Like Chris?
Actually, I had a partner quit on me today, but we're gonna not talk about that on the show. I thought it's kind of like a bad breakup almost. Like
Really?
You keep the dog, and I was like, what the fuck is this? But anyway,
I wouldn't let somebody keep my dog. That'd be the last thing.
wouldn't either. But I guess I got to keep the contest entry.
So this person, I won't say he or she, this what do they call those people? Non-binary person is letting you just keep the entry.
So I sent the list. I sent the same list to all. So I have one by myself and then I have 5 partners. And I sent the list to the 5 partners. Like, here's who I like this week. You know, we got the next 24 hours to talk through it. And I got this like weird breakup text. It was like, I'm too busy. I can't commit to a contest right now. If you win anything, good luck. And I was like,
wow.
Fuck?
Wow.
I don't know.
So that person just doesn't want to talk to you.
I think so. I think that's what Brett said. That's where therapist Brett was like, this is like his dog.
That's exactly what it is. He's just like, I can't have this conversation every week. You just do it. That's what that person just said.
Basically. So that was fun.
How does that make you feel?
I really don't care.
I don't think
I am so busy. I don't have time
for
other people. I know that sounds really selfish. I take care of my mom, my dad, Aunt Joyce, Brett. I didn't even get to take care of Kelly today. I had a 2-hour massage booked.
Oh, wow.
Because I haven't seen my massage therapist in like a month and a half. My neck has been killing me. And Clay calls me last night. He's like, hey, kiddo, I got this big thing at the White House. I need you to move the show to the morning. So I called Brett's mom. I was like, hey, do you want my 2-hour massage tomorrow with Jose? And she's like, yeah, because he's so hard to get into it. I'm like, okay, it's all yours.
Wow.
Yeah. So
I mean, I have to say, like,
okay, I don't have time for this.
You really do take care of a lot of people. I don't think people really understand how many people you take care of. We had a dinner in April at Barry's where I think one of the main things I was saying to you at that dinner was you got to stop taking care of so many people.
Well,
right?
it's a little too late for that because I've already pot committed to these old people, and now they.
I'm not old. I'm not talking about your parents, KIV.
I know.
I'm talking about other people. Obviously, you got to take care of your parents, and you got to take care of Brett.
Well,
But
no, I actually don't think I'm not legally obligated to take care of him.
I think that you are. You guys have been together long enough. I think that there is some law there. But no, I think
the laws.
You know who I'm talking about, and it's not your mom or your dad or Brett.
I get it.
I'll give you a couple more plays this week. They took Purdue in the points.
Yeah.
On the road. Gross. And then they took Colorado. They took Colorado +4 and +3 at home against Iowa State. I haven't really seen a lot in the other bigger matchups. There was one bet from an account that I do respect on TCU -1 at your Kansas State team. That's why we're at -1.5, but nothing too significant. I think I like this college card a lot because, I mean, I guess you'd say the big game is Oklahoma, Texas in the afternoon, but because of the quarterback situation with Oklahoma, because Arch Manning and whatever his situation is, you know, there's a lot of question marks there, quarterback on both of those teams, but I don't feel like there's an overwhelmingly great game this week. I think there's just a lot of really good games.
I think there's a lot of really good games.
Yeah, I think so.
I think
it's
Florida
A&M
is going to be a good game. You
we
mentioned
didn't even talk about Georgia
Auburn is going to be a good game.
No,
I think there's a lot of really what I would call like fishy lines. My buddy that is an Alabama fan messaged me earlier and he's like, "Oh my God, we're going to lose, aren't we?" And I'm like, "I'm not so sure." And he's like, "What's up with this Georgia line?" I'm like, "You guys are just not used to seeing you being short road favorites. That's it. You're used to being 2 touchdown favorites in every single game you play in. Mm-hmm. You're not the cream is rising to the top. Everybody can pay players." And so
what does that mean?
It means that nobody is going to go commit to Alabama to play for Nick Saban for free when he could go get $1 million at Auburn.
I know $2 million. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, and I actually think that you're right. I just think it's funny when people act like Alabama was the only team paying players before NIL.
I'm not acting like that. I told you one day I'm going to write a book. I'm just going to write a book and say everything I want to say.
Do you feel that you have the capacity to write a book?
No, but that's why you hire an editor.
Okay.
No, isn't that the point? You write.
No,
I
think
collaborate. You write down all these short stories, and then they compile it and say, "Here you go."
I actually think you could do it. I'm not even just saying that. The other game too, I think that we'll get a lot of. You mentioned Florida A&M. That's a good one. That's a good because that was a nice win by Florida on Saturday. But I think this game's really interesting at night. South Carolina, LSU.
Yeah, I'm on South Carolina.
That number has come down a little bit. They took +10. We're at +9. I think that's an interesting game. There's just a lot of really good college football matchups this weekend. I think it's going to be a fun Saturday.
Yeah, if Lenore Sellers doesn't get hurt, I think that they can absolutely go in and beat LSU. I have not been impressed with LSU in the slightest.
I don't disagree. I really don't.
There's a lot of teams that I haven't been that impressed by, and apparently I'm the only one.
Give me another one.
Texas A&M.
Okay, I mean Texas A&M.
They haven't played a tough defense yet. When you play a tough defense, I'm gonna be. They go in. They beat Florida by 2 scores at home. Okay, I'll give them their flowers. I haven't seen. There's a lot of teams, power ratings wise. Okay, for example, Texas on a neutral field opened up as a favorite. Now, if John Mateer plays for Oklahoma, that's going to be a different story. But Texas isn't even in the top 25 from the polls. But we all know Texas is in the top 25 from a power ratings perspective.
Well, of course they are. But there's a lot of concerns right now about Texas.
For sure.
They don't look like a team that's going to make the college football playoff. And if they don't make the college football playoff, that is a disaster.
I have them not to make the college football playoff and under 9.5 wins. Nobody listens to me.
No,
nobody listens to me.
Yeah, but I just feel like you pick against Texas every year.
Texas.
So it's just like when Ed Salmons picks the Eagles to win the Super Bowl and they do win, he can't take a victory lap. He picks them every year.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Is that not?
That's not like me. I'm not picking K-State to win the national championship here.
No, you do know. I've never heard you say that. I've never heard you. But who do you think is Ed's pick to make the NBA Finals out of the Eastern Conference?
Come on, it better not be the Sixers.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Because
why?
Well, Boston's got all these guys hurt. Tatum's hurt. Halliburton's hurt. I think the Knicks are the team that's probably the
Yeah.
favorite in the East, but Ed's picked the Sixers because he picks them
I
every
just
year.
found out the other day my girlfriend is a gourmet chef for the Sixers. So, you know who I'm going to be
Oh.
texting during basketball season and be like, so
Yeah.
how's so-and-so's ankle?
That sounds legal. What is
Why is it not? She's just the chef. She's not on the
Right.
team.
yeah?
It's not like
What's
she flies with the team. I don't even know who delivers the food, actually. That's who you need. You need to figure out who her employee is that delivers the food to tell me if somebody's on crutches or in a walking boot.
You don't think there'd be anybody on Twitter that would put it out there if a guy was in a walking boot?
Maybe.
What is the
Maybe.
Hottie Threesome? I know South Carolina is part of the Hottie Threesome.
South Carolina, Florida, Maryland. I fucking hate Maryland, man. God, that team.
Maryland is at home against Nebraska on Saturday, no?
Yeah. And there's
Yeah,
another
man.
team that has not proven a damn thing to me.
No, I can't
Nebraska.
disagree. Nebraska is a team that I think the last 10 years they've been a breakthrough pick, and they never break through.
And
So
not on the road. They don't win
Yeah.
games on the road.
I don't know if that is a leveling up going into the Big Ten, and that's what's holding them back. But really, since they moved to the Big Ten, they just haven't had any. That's a long time ago, too.
And they weren't even in the Big 12 for very long. Don't forget. They were in
True.
the Big 8. They were in the Big 12 for 3 or 4 years, and then they left.
They really
So they've
have
been in the
never-
Big 10 probably 20 years now.
Probably been about 20 years, and they've done nothing.
Exactly. And I've enjoyed every second of it. So there you go. If you want to know, we can talk about all the teams that I hate. I probably hate Nebraska way more than I hate Texas.
This is a 45-minute show. We can't talk about all the teams that you hate. I mean,
All right, give me some
People-
NFL.
people have things to do.
Joffrey.
oh God, the NFL. The NFL is still going?
Okay, fine. Then give me some baseball. Give me some NBA.
Let's see the
College
NFL.
basketball.
They counts for respect. Played the Steelers.
Okay.
The Steelers got bet up from 5.5 to 6. If I have this correct, and I think that I do, Cleveland played in England on Sunday,
Yeah.
and the Steelers had a bye week,
Yeah.
and now they're playing one another.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they have a new quarterback. Well, not really. I guess he played in London last week, Dylan
He
Gabriel.
started in London. Yeah, that was really, that game probably killed us the most of any game on Sunday. Cleveland covering the entire game, and Minnesota scores a touchdown, and the game went over the total on that play. That was a disaster.
I feel like
tough
all
way.
these international games have just been disasters.
Tough way to start the day. They played the Colts -7. They're now -7.5 against, I guess Arizona is going to continue to field the team after Sunday. I thought maybe they would just cease to exist.
Are we
after
sure
the loss.
Kyler Murray doesn't have a concussion or something?
Don't you think if you lost a game like Arizona lost on Sunday, that you would just fold the
Did
franchise?
you not see how the ball just boinked off
Yeah.
his face and then
How
he just
about the kid?
fell over?
How about the kid dropping the ball on the inch line? Or,
Yeah, I
They
like the
play-
Colts. I think I'm going to use them in most of my survivors that I didn't use the Colts in.
yeah.
I'm going to go Packers for obvious reasons, but I don't
My-
think I'm going to shove Packers. And then in the double picks, I'm going to do Packers Colts, maybe Packers Raiders, but God, who wants to take the Raiders?
What about the Steelers? What about the Steelers? We
The
did see some
Steelers are on the
performance.
list coming off the bye as well, but Ralph sent me a thing and I didn't send it to the survivor chat, which I should have, which is why I'm kind of considering teams off a bye have not been very great. I think it's 49% against the spread. It's not like there's some great evidence to play a team off a bye. I wish it was broken down by team. Like Mike Tomlin is 12-4 in the last 16 seasons off a bye. I would like to know that, but I haven't been able to find that information.
My compliment to Kelly. Kelly absolutely nailed the Colts Raiders game last week. She called that because we saw at the Westgate, we saw sharp players taking 7 at the beginning of the week. Now, as it got closer to the weekend and it became, we started to realize that Brock Bowers wasn't going to play and some other guys dinged up for the Raiders. We did see sharp money at the very end of the week on the Colts, but Kelly was ahead of that the whole way. That the Raiders had to travel to the East Coast. That was their 3rd game in the Eastern time zone this season. And they got run out of the building. And the Raiders are our local team here, but boy, is it a bad look. Because all I heard all offseason was they got rid of Antonio Pierce. They've got a real coach now. They've got a veteran quarterback now. They look as bad as ever. I mean, there's
Dino's
nothing.
thrown 9 interceptions. This is the worst start ever for Pete Carroll in his coaching career. it's not going well. And now they open as a 6-point favorite. What are they at the Superbook now? 4.5, 4?
I know we got now 4.
Yeah.
Raiders are a 4-point favorite at home
I took the
against
Titans plus
Tennessee.
6.5 early in the week. I was like, this is absurd. This is absurd. You have the Titans who are staying in Arizona. They're coming to Vegas early. There's no home atmosphere. And if you could just put a little bit of pressure on Geno, he's going to turn the ball over. It is shocking.
Could there be a home atmosphere for the Raiders in this game? I understand that they don't have it when they play the Bears, the Vikings, or whoever else you want to use in that example, the Steelers.
Do you want to go see this team lose to the Titans?
Do I want to go?
Would you waste your Sunday? Would you spend your hard-earned money to buy tickets to go see this team potentially lose to the Titans?
I would never spend $1 to go to an NFL game. I am going to one game this year. I'm hosting some of our players for the Monday night game against Dallas.
Okay.
But I would never.
You're gonna be in the suite. It's gonna be different. It's gonna be like schmoozing. You're not gonna be like sitting in the stands getting beer thrown on you. Like,
no, I'm not gonna get beer thrown on me. What am I in Philadelphia?
Yeah,
no,
maybe.
Man.
I mean,
no.
You probably never went to the Raiders games when they were the real Raiders. Like now, I feel like they're this BS team. Like I remember going to Mile High and having Raiders fans sitting behind me, being like, "Oh."
I went to some pretty rough crowds, Redskins Eagles games, when the Eagles can bring a pretty rough element down.
I have said that. I've been to 3 Eagles Bucks games and 2 Eagles games, one at Lincoln and one at Meadowlands, and I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah.
These people are nuts.
I think honestly the atmosphere that was the most, I mean, scary is a big word. I don't know that I'd say scary, but the most intimidating atmosphere of people that like genuinely didn't think it was funny that you were wearing the other team's clothes and weren't happy to see you. I went to a Nationals Dodgers playoff game in 2016 or 17
in LA.
And me and my buddy were at the hotel having a beer before we called like an Uber to go to the Dodger Stadium. And the bartender saw us. We were both wearing Nationals t-shirts. And she was like, "You guys can't wear that to the game." And we started laughing. And she's like, no, I'm serious. You shouldn't wear that to the game. And, we did. I remember we turned the corner to go to our seats, and we were just immediately booed by all these people. And it wasn't like a funny way. It was more like, take that off. This isn't funny. Get out of here.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never been like really scared at a sporting event.
Scared is a big word. I'm just telling you, uncomfortable.
I was told that Morgantown was going to be so scary, and that's why I think it was my favorite place because Morgantown, we had a great time.
Morgantown is rough. It's not the students, the townies that come down there. They don't have a lot to lose.
Like if I lived in Manhattan, I would be a townie.
The people that I'm talking about don't really look like you. Okay, these are people. They don't have a lot to lose.
Who was the one setting the couches on fire?
That was the students.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, and I'm the townies because like it wasn't college kids offering me and Aunt Helen beers. It was like adults that were out barbecuing and tailgating, like "Welcome to Morgantown, welcome to Morgantown," like super nice. But I remember. Yeah, it was a nighttime game. Well, we got there like right at like 5:30, but it was November, so it was kind of cold, and so the sun was going down early. But yeah, it was great. It was a Geno Smith game.
Do you think that it might have had something to do with you being a younger female fan? I mean, do you think that a group of men would have gotten the same reception? I mean, serious question.
Probably not, but I just mean like everybody. I remember Matt Humans was like, "Kid, be careful in Morgantown," and it was like,
I would have said the same thing. I mean, I saw some really rough crowds there, night games against like Pittsburgh.
I've only ever been there at night. I've been there 3 times and all 3 were night games. Well, Pitt, you guys hate Pitt. You guys didn't hate K-State.
No. Well, there's no, that's the weird thing about moving to a new conference. We have we being West Virginia fans, West Virginia alums like myself, I don't have any ill will whatsoever towards Kansas State, Kansas, Iowa State, TCU.
Yeah.
I've never cared about any of those programs ever. I could care less.
It's so funny because I still do not like Texas A&M. I still do not like Texas. I still don't like Nebraska.
But that's because you guys
Colorado's
were in the
back
same.
now.
But West Virginia fans would say that about Pitt and Virginia Tech and the teams that were in their conference. There's no ill. Like I don't care about Arizona State. don't care.
Yeah. Cincinnati.
Yeah, whatever.
You're right. No, I care because like I want to win the football game.
Well,
But it is funny because like Utah was like talking all this shit when they came to the Big 12. It was like, oh, you guys are a truck stop conference and all these things, and then them just getting fucking waxed. This first 2 years has been really enjoyable for me because it's like, well, you talked a lot of shit, man. You better be able to put up, and you're not able to.
Speaking of talking shit, Kelly and mine's quarterback, Baker Mayfield. They bet him from 2.5 to 3 against the 49ers. That's an interesting game. Rough card on Sunday. Really bad.
So? I like all the shit teams, of course.
I think it's awful. I did have one, because of Kelly, I did have one splash survivor entry survive because I used the Colts. So I'll probably just use Green Bay to get by Cincinnati.
Yeah, I got to use, so in I think I'm going to use Arizona against the Colts in mini losers. I haven't quite decided yet because I've already obviously used the Bengals, of course, and I've already obviously used a couple other really garbage teams. Let me see. I think I'm going to go. Okay, so I've already used Dallas, Cleveland, Miami, New Orleans, Las Vegas. So I'm thinking Colts. I don't really want to play the Jets because I kind of need to save them. They're pretty awful.
Oh, they're terrible.
I could use the Bengals. I should use the Bengals. I should use the Bengals. Okay.
They're probably, I don't know their schedule, but they probably won't be a touchdown underdog. Green Bay's coming. Well, you just said that coming off a bye is not necessarily a great thing, but Green Bay is coming off of a bye week. And I know he's been around the NFL for like 20 years, but it's hard for me to believe that it'll be easy for Joe Flacco
in a new system
to get traded on a Monday and be the starting quarterback on Sunday and go on the road against a Green Bay defense. Pretty good.
Yeah, that's very, very true.
That's about it. The Sunday night game should be a good handle game. Chiefs, Lions. Haven't really seen anything from any sharp players. The Redskins are playing the Bears on Monday Night Football. Haven't seen much yet.
Are the Lions a square dog?
There's not a whole lot on that game here.
I don't really think that. I mean, that line looks fishy, but I don't really think Dan Campbell qualifies ever as a square dog. I mean, maybe week 1 versus the Packers. I know a lot of people were on the Packers, and that was the only teaser leg that I lost that week. I think I'm just going to tease the Lions this week. I'm not sold on the Chiefs whatsoever.
We were just talking about that Lions game. I mean, Lions got a lot of sharp money against Green Bay week 1, and that line got bet down to +1. I would love to be able to pick Lions +2.5 at Green Bay again. That's not what the line would be.
No, it's not going to be.
Green Bay blew them out. So that just shows you NFL is tough because Detroit is better than Green Bay. But on that day, it was a total mismatch the other way. And that was 5 weeks ago? That's how quickly things change.
Yeah, I think so. All right, I got another one. I have another loser pool. So you actually probably weren't this guy that come up with the idea, but I have another loser pool that I've been in for a long time, and I did use the Colts. I'm sorry, I did use the Cardinals in that one because I'd already used the Bengals. So I'll take one of each just for funds. And yeah, I don't know. I'm debating if I'm going to get back in that $1,000 NFL. I went 12-3 last weekend in the NFL and that prize. Well, I don't know if I can replicate that again because I think I'm what am I in the super contest? 14-11. Does that sound right?
I have absolutely no idea.
I think so. I think I'm 14-11. Not going to cash in the money this year. It's already over.
What are you talking about? It's week 5. It's like week 6. You got 13 more weeks of this nonsense.
Yeah, I better have some 5-0s mixed in there.
Do you want to do the mailbag?
Oh, sure. Let's see what we've got here for the mailbag. Ace Dumont on Instagram says, is there home field advantage worth 3 points in the NFL, or is that a myth?
I don't think that's true. I don't think we would give a team 3 points for home field.
Well, you're not going to give the Raiders 3 points. You're not going to give the Titans 3 points. You're not going to give
the Redskins,
the Chargers. No,
almost nobody.
You could argue Ford Field. I bet Ford Field. I bet Lambeau. I would say Tampa Bay during a playoff game. Seattle's not. They're so much better on the road than they are at home now.
Don't they pump in all that noise there?
All the fake noise. Arrowhead. People would argue Arrowhead's worth 3 points.
I don't think any of them are worth 3 points, but I agree with I agree with like the road you're going down. There are some stadiums that are worth more, and then there are some stadiums that are worth nothing. Like I would say the Chargers would be
in the
worth
Sports
nothing.
Stadium, the Rams
No, the Rams, the Rams lost on Thursday night to the
at home.
49ers. That was probably 80% 49ers fans.
Yeah.
Based on the TV angles that I saw. I wasn't there, but based on what I've been to Raiders games at Allegiant where I can tell you for sure there were more fans of the other team than Raiders fans. So you can't just say, okay, it's 3 points for home field. That's not accurate.
All right. Mike Mags 07 on X says, if I'm 17-3 in my pick 5 currently, does that make me a genius or just insanely lucky? And when would the bottom fall out?
17-3 through 5 weeks.
Enough.
Yeah,
that's not enough.
Maybe did he forget to submit his plays and go? Now he's 17-8. I mean,
I don't know. That's what I was like. Wait, did I do bad math or did he do bad math? He did bad math. No, I would say that's you're picking good. You're running hot. I don't know when the bottom falls out. You never know. Your progression is coming for you. It just if and when. I've seen guys run that hot for an entire NFL season.
Do you think it's possible this guy lied in the question? Because like how can you not even know what his record is?
I had to think about mine for a second. Because it was 10-10 going into last week. I knew that. Mm-hmm. So then I went 4-1, so 14-11.
Well, it's not 17-3.
No, it's not. Way to go, Mike. Can't even lie.
Well, Mike can't even lie properly. We're looking at you, Mike.
Marriers fan on X says, what books or other media would you recommend for people who want to be bettors but have to work at math?
I don't. I'll let you go.
You're going to let me go? You don't think that there's lots of other things that he should be following out there? Listen, I think naming places you shouldn't follow is probably great. I think a lot of it is self-taught to an extent because I think sometimes you got to tune out the noise. Like I love some of the guys over at VSiN, right? Like I love Mitch and Paul and like listening to them for entertainment, listening to us for entertainment, but that's sometimes what it is, right? Nick Costos coined the term wagertainment. I'm listening to Sammy P and Joe O. Do they say some sharp things? Do they have some sharp opinions? Absolutely. But a lot of times it's just conversational stuff about sports gambling versus strictly just numbers. Like I wouldn't want to listen to a numbers only podcast.
What is this guy's goal? Is his goal to...
I think he wants to be a better sports bettor is what he said.
But is his goal to just become better at what he's doing? Or is his goal to like make money and be a professional? Like this is what I'm doing with myself. Because if it's the second one, yeah, there's some books he could read, but what he really needs to do is have a big bankroll, give up all of his time, and no, it's true, and most likely partner with a whole syndicate of people.
Yeah,
because you're not, unless you're a very special individual, you're not going to be able to just do it by yourself, starting with a small amount of money and building up.
A lot of time. I mean,
yeah.
I ask Ralph Michaels at least 3 days a week to look something up for me that I don't know how to look up, whether it's in some database or it's some query. It's just easier for me to ask somebody else to do it than to try to do it myself.
Well, not everybody is as charming as you. Not everybody can just say, "Hey, do this for me."
Well, listen, it's nice that you have people to be able to do those things.
Well, I always tell guys like your listener there, your viewer there, the best thing you can do at the very beginning is get yourself multiple accounts.
Yes.
And make sure you're getting the best of the number on every bet. That lesson will be as important as anything else you do. That and sticking to straight bets.
Yeah, straight bets is definitely it.
Shut out all the noise, like same game parlays.
Oh God. I can't tell you, I did a little thing last night for Louis D'Onofrio, our producer. One of his friend's little brothers has an analytics club. And I laughed. I said, like they're doing their own sports model. I'm like, I don't have a model, right? You guys, like I've never claimed to be, you guys are far smarter than I am. And of course they all laughed and we talked about different things, but we were talking about from an analytics perspective, what they should be looking at. And I'm like, you should absolutely have your own set of power ratings. What do you mean? Like number one thing you should be doing. I've never had the time to put forth that effort. And I know guys that are far sharper than me. I used to say for years, why would I try to handicap baseball when I have Dave Koken? And I would pick up the phone and call Dave and he would talk to me about a couple of baseball bets he liked. And I'm like, all right, fine. I understand it sounds lazy, but it is an insane amount of work to do this for multiple sports throughout the year. So I would also say, pick a sport, it's college football, then it's NFL, then it's college basketball, right? And outside of that, and also within college basketball, I'm not trying to memorize 300 some teams. I'm going to find 3 or 4 conferences. So there's a lot, but I would, separate.
Well, I think that designing an algorithm or designing a model to beat the sports books is something that probably was a lot more doable 25 years ago.
Fair.
And I think it would be very difficult. I'm not saying impossible. I'm not saying that. I think it'd be very difficult to do that now. I think that these companies have gotten a lot more sophisticated. Most of the people that we see beating us on sports betting are just shopping numbers. Playing both sides of the game. Not everybody, but that's most of what we see now.
Our players, huh? That's very, very interesting.
Most
all right. MHKU32, is Kelly going to the KUK State game? No, I canceled that as I was leaving the Aer Lingus Classic. I just got right on my Southwest app. I started canceling fucking flights.
You're kidding me?
No, I was not kidding you.
You didn't even let the loss settle?
No. I was
Come
like,
on.
fuck this. I'm out.
Oh.
Like, listen, you know what happens. This is the same conversation I had with our athletic director. This is a must-win game. Look what it did to Florida State. Look what it did to Nebraska. Hello, K-State is fucking 2-4.
And you canceled all your trips.
I am not going to pay more money to go watch them lose, especially not in some glorified soccer stadium in Lawrence, Kansas.
What's wrong with Lawrence, Kansas? I like Lawrence, Kansas.
Yeah, well, I'm good. They're actually probably going to beat KU in that game, and it's going to be funny that I didn't go.
We got a lot of friends that are KU supporters, so let's not.
I have no idea what this says. Meme to Sid Kaya? What the fuck? Is Murray still watching Liverpool games, or has he quit on them already?
Oh, come on. They won the league last season. They're on a losing streak right now, but what are you going to win the league every year? Be a fan, meme Kaya.
No thanks.
They won the league in May.
Being a fan is nothing but heartbreak.
Of course, but it's great.
Cashing Tickets 84 on X says, now that the Westgate Survivor contest is down to 25 people, do you guys think it goes the whole season? Ooh.
That's a good question. That's one of our better questions. I don't know. Probably not.
25.
I
don't know. I'm gonna say yes.
But you've got to think a lot of the people.
Well, you guys don't use the Thanksgiving game. You don't use the Christmas game.
But it's still 18 weeks, and
so
a lot
you have what, 12 or 13 picks left?
13 picks left.
Yeah.
And you've probably used a lot of the good teams already.
I don't know. There's been a couple because I've been following, because you can see it on your back end. I was following it, kind of looking to zig while others zagged, and the people that zagged took the Colts last week. But the reality is I'm not saying I wouldn't take the Rams again. I'm just saying, like, I don't think I could have talked CT and Joff into taking the Colts when the Rams and Cardinals were both available.
I think that Kelly deserves credit. She nailed the Colts. I didn't like that. I thought the only reason I lost one of my entries on the Rams was because I had already used Arizona. I thought Arizona was the play. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I wanted to save. They ended up losing anyway, but I wanted to save Buffalo. I never considered Buffalo. I was going to always save them. I know they lost, but that was never a consideration for me. And I was just like, no, I think Arizona's the play. Tennessee's awful. How they lost the game, I have absolutely no idea.
You didn't watch?
No, I of course I watched them.
I text you right after that Tyler Lockett fumble touchdown thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh my God, they're going to lose. Like that was just such a huge, you could just feel it. I'm not even there, but I could just feel it through the TV. Like, oh boy.
I thought one of the most interesting things about the game, because everyone's going to remember the guy dropping the ball.
Yes.
And everyone's going to remember the ridiculous sequence where Arizona had an interception and Tennessee ended up scoring a touchdown on the play, which I don't think I've ever seen that before.
No.
But I thought the most interesting moment was, even after all that, all Arizona had to do was get one first down and they would have won the game. And instead, they just ran the ball into the line 3 times and punted. And right then I knew they were going to lose. It was over for sure, because Tennessee was only down by 2. And I know I make fun of Kyler Murray all the time, but here's a guy, you've invested the first overall pick in him. You've given him a big contract. He's your franchise quarterback. You won't even attempt to convert one first down? No, we're not even going to try. And I think
whose fault do you think that was?
that's the
Gannon?
coaching staff.
Do you think it's Gannon or the
whoever
offensive coordinator?
whoever the play callers are. Because you look at it, you look at a game like Detroit-Baltimore with Jared Goff. Detroit said, we need to go out and get this first down. We cannot punt this ball back to them. They won the game because of that. I think Kyler Murray is a stiff. But the bottom line is he is the first overall pick in the draft. He's their face, their franchise, and they didn't even attempt to get a first down. They just said, nope, let's run the ball.
Are we sure he didn't have a concussion?
Well, then get the backup. No.
Okay.
No. How do you get a concussion?
That was a weird, the ball, like it was like his life flashed before his eyes. The ball bounced off his face.
Yeah.
It was weird. I'm telling you, he's not 100%. He may play come Sunday, but I don't know if he's going to make it the whole game.
That was a crazy game. That's why Survivor is so wild, because Arizona, I mean,
that's why you got to get back in the splash contest with me, CT, and John.
I'm done. I've moved on from NFL in my life for this season. But if you froze the game when that running back was at the 2-yard line and it was 21-6 and he's walking into the end zone, what would the live probability have been of Arizona winning right then?
Wow.
Is it in excess of 99.9%?
Well, I think we saw that. Did you not see that somebody used somebody else's account? So some kid is on the internet crying that he gave his DraftKings account username and password to another guy, and the guy live bet the Arizona Cardinals. They were minus 10,000 to win $2.
You know who the
other kid crying about it?
I didn't see that. You know who the other guy was? Him. He didn't give his password to anybody. He did it himself. He's an idiot. No
shit, you idiot.
Obviously.
And I'm reading this and I'm like, how old is this kid? This kid has to be like 22, 23 years old. And that going back to who he should be following, I can give you a list of people you should never follow, because we don't know if they have any actual credibility because they hide behind some anonymous X account claiming to be some savant.
You know what the most fascinating thing to me on X right now in this medium is? I guess it's not just on X. I have never seen any material that Ryan Clark does for ESPN. I've never seen any of his interviews. I don't watch any of his shows. I see him retracting a statement on Twitter about once every 10 days or so.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't know what.
Apologize like 3 or 4 times this year.
I don't know what he's said. I don't have a dislike towards.
Here's the thing, John Murray. I said this yesterday.
Okay.
And this applies not only to sports betting, but I told the kids, they said, talk about CLV, the importance of getting the number. You just said it, right? I said, you guys, it is so important.
It's huge.
But I can't always get the best of the number. I am not always sitting at my computer Sunday night when those lines start to populate on the odds screen. I am not that person. Sometimes I bet Monday morning. Sometimes I say I got to wait because I have to get more of the information.
And sometimes players that are sharp do bet it on Sunday night, and it ends up being better later in the week. Even some sharp guys have the market go against them.
Sometimes it's a setup, and they go, here we go, and then they slam the other side on Wednesday night.
That happens.
But the importance is most of the information. If you notice, I try not to have some crazy hot take, whether it's politics, whether it's sports, whether it's anything. I think Ryan Clark's problem is he just says what's on his mind. And then when it's not factually correct, his employer says, now you have to walk it back and apologize. You need to get the most of the information before you're allowed to talk about what's going on. And if you don't have it, you look like a jackass.
Is he such a valuable commodity for ESPN that they have to stand behind him?
Was he a professional football player?
He actually, this is one of the few times I was right in my life. He was a safety for the Redskins, and he was a good player. Okay. And this was in that era when Dan Snyder would go out and buy all the free agents, and Snyder fell in love with a safety from the Rams named Adam Archuleta.
Okay.
And he made him the highest paid safety in NFL history. Wow. And they let Clark go to the Steelers on a 1-year contract.
Oh, he did play for the Steelers. I think I knew that.
He ended up winning the Super Bowl for the Steelers, and Archuleta was a total bust. And I remember saying at the time, like, I don't understand this move. Clark is good. He wasn't like an all-star Pro Bowl level player, but he was a good player. And replacing him was the least of their worries at that time. And
Dan Snyder.
And then he ended up winning the Super Bowl series. He is an NFL player, but I want to know, like, he's such a big commodity over there that no matter how many times he puts his foot in his mouth, they just stand behind him. It's very strange.
I don't understand it.
Very strange industry that you're in, Kelly.
I don't understand it. Of course I do. I'm just not allowed to comment on it.
Okay.
A lot of things got brought up at this wedding over the weekend that I felt the need to explain, and then you try to explain it and some people understand and other people are like, you're a horrible human being. So it's one of those hot topics all these years later that I think at the end of the day, I would be a very miserable human being if I was employed there. How about that?
I agree with that. I don't think it would be perfect for you. My big focus this weekend, of course, will be the baseball playoffs, a real sport. We need the Brewers to beat the Cubs. Sorry, Johnny Hoagland. We need the Brewers. And we would like to see the Dodgers finish off the Fightin' Phils. Game 4 is about to start in LA. Baseball playoffs. Does it get any better than the baseball playoffs?
No, they're awful. I can't wait for baseball to be over.
What are you talking? All right. Great show. I'll talk to you next week.
How do conference teams do off a bye week? How do ranked teams do the game after a loss? And we'll finish it off with 4 college football super systems. 2 of them 72% and higher. 2 of them 80% plus. I'll get to them in just a minute. I am Ralph Michaels. This is the WagerTalk Bet On It TNA college football show for the week starting October the 8th. I love this time of year. We now have Conference USA playing on Wednesdays. Next week, I believe they start next week. MAC games as well on Tuesday. We basically have football 7 days a week from now to Thanksgiving. Nothing is more exciting. Well, let's look at our first chart, guys. This is conference teams with at least 11 days of rest playing an opponent that they have more rest. So an opponent can have a bye as well, but as long as you have more rest than your opponent, you make this chart. I used 11 days of rest, so that gets out to traditional Thursday to Sundays for those teams, or play Wednesday to Saturday. So we'll see what happens with those games. When we look at conference teams off a bye with more rest, it's pretty surprising, guys. Home favorites off a bye, 49% since 1990. Home favorites off a bye since 2021, 48%. Let's skip down to the away favorites. Away favorites off a bye since 1990, 47%. And away favorites since 2021, conference game, 11 plus days of rest or more, and more rest than your opponent, only 48%. Home dogs, 52% since 1990, 60%, guys, since 2021. That's been a strong trend, the strongest on the board. So those are all home dogs off a bye, playing a conference game with more rest than their opponent, and away dogs in that role, 55% since 1990, 57.4% since 2021. Surprising to me that, much like the NFL, you think coming off a bye and now a favorite is a positive? Make sure you check out my NFL TNA video as well. I'll be breaking down NFL teams after a bye, so you'll be covered for both college football and the National Football League. Chart number 2. Teams off a loss as a ranked opponent since 2021. If you blindly bet every team that lost as a ranked opponent the next week, you've gone 49.7%. So it's not like you can't play them, but don't think it's a positive. If you lost as a top 10 team, you went 46.6% the next week. And if you lost as a top 5 team, you are 82 and 89 against the spread, 48%. Now, I also broke down categories that this game you're a home favorite, you're a home dog, you're an away favorite, you're an away dog. Well, folks, look at all that red if you're on the road off a ranked loss. Away favorites, 40%. Away dogs, 35%. If you're a top 10 team on the road the next week, You've only gone 6-14 on the road. And if you're a top 5 team on the road, you've gone 3-5. That's adding both the away favorite and away dog rolls. So we checked out conference teams off a bye. We checked out ranked teams, what they do the following week. Before I get to our 4 big systems, including 2 that are 80% plus, I do want to mention our Weekend Warrior is live again this week. I had a rare losing week in college football. I dropped a 5% on Saturday, on Friday, a totals play, went 1-3 on Saturday. Bad weeks are going to happen. Hey, I got it past me. I'm looking to turn the corner. Still number 2 in college football since the start of 2024. College football run, 27-14, 66%. NFL and college football best bets. Those plays rated 4% and 5%, 37-16, 70%. And in the NFL, my 5% plays, 6-1, 86%. And my NFL teasers rated as a 4% or 5%, 16-3, 84%. Get all my Saturday college football, all of my Sunday NFL, and Monday Night Football if I have a play as well, just $49. I will have an NFL 5%. That by itself is $35. Why not pay $14 more and get the rest of Sunday NFL and all of Saturday's college football, again, for just $14 additional dollars. And guys, if you learned one thing in this video, do me a favor, just hit the like button. I'm taking a lot of these questions that you guys asked, turning them into these charts. So thank you. Keep those ideas coming as we'll continue to do this show weekly. Hit the like button. Make sure you're following WagerTalk on all their social media networks. Over 300,000 people follow WagerTalk social media. You should as well. Well, let's get to these 4 systems to finish off this segment. Number 1, the system record did not surprise me. The team it applies to clearly surprised me for this week. If a team is a favorite and they have allowed at least 6.5 yards rushing in each of the last 2 games from game number 4 and later. Why do I use game 4 and later? Well, there's a lot of crappy MAC teams and Sun Belt teams that have to play strong money games against FCS foes. So that really isn't indicative of how you're going to play when you get into your conference schedule, which most people have played a conference game by game 4, if not clearly by game 5. So the ATS record for favorites that have allowed 6.5 yards rushing in back-to-back games, 18 wins and 60 losses. That is 23.1% against the spread, or a 77% fade. Which favorite this week in college football has allowed back-to-back foes to rush for over 6.5 yards per carry? Or were you surprised that it's the Alabama Crimson Tide? Well, last week against Vanderbilt, they allowed 135 yards rushing and 7.1 yards per carry. The week before, they allowed Georgia to rush for 227 yards and 6.9 yards per carry. And let's remember, on the road in the opener, they allowed Florida State to rush for 230 yards on 49 carries. So fade Alabama, system number 1, as they've allowed 6.5 YPC back-to-back games. System number 2, top 10 game this week, Oregon, Indiana. Well, if we have 2 top 10 teams, it's a conference game, and the lines are between the 9s. So the home team is anywhere from +8.5 to -8.5. So we're just skipping teams that are a huge favorite or huge dog, and there's not very many of those when you get to 2 top-ranked teams. But with those parameters, a conference game and a total over 46, the home team, both teams top 10, lines between the 9s, like Oregon this week, not only they're 18-7-3, 72% against the spread. Those games have gone over 75%, 21 overs and 7 unders. So ranked foes between the nines, it says to play on Oregon and play on Oregon and Indiana over the total. Our two 80% systems. Teams that have won at least 4 straight games are off a home game, and now they're a conference home dog. Seems pretty simple. You got a conference home dog, playing well, didn't have to travel, won at least their last 4 games. Those teams are 27-6-1 against the spread, 81.8%. Who does that apply to? Missouri and North Texas. So we actually have a double system. One on Missouri, one says to fade Alabama. Oh yeah, by the way, those conference home dogs on a 4-game win streak, also 11, 22-1 over under. That is 67% to the under. And our final system is 7, 29-2, 19.4%. We're looking for favorites that are undefeated with at least 5 or more wins. They're averaging under 50 points per game. Their opponents are averaging under 17 points per game. And the foe they're playing this week has a win percentage of 70% or higher. So Ohio State, they're a favorite. Ohio State, 5 or more wins. Ohio State averages under 50 points per game. Ohio State allows under 70 points per game. Illinois has a win percentage over 70%. This system says to fade Ohio State. Not only, again, is this record 7-29, 19.4% against the spread, those favorites in that role like Ohio State are only 17-20 straight up. That is only 46% against the spread. So again, bad rush defense, system 1. Ranked versus ranked lines between the nines at home, system 2. Conference home dogs on a win streak, system 3. And fade that favorite under 50 points per game on offense, under 17 points per game on defense, with the opponent having a win percentage over 70%. Hit that like button, grab my weekend warrior, college football Saturday, big 5% on Sunday NFL. Enjoy this weekend of football.
Who's hungry? The Deli's open. Hey guys, Marco D'Angelo here for WagerTalk TV.
How do
Another
conference
edition
teams
of
do
Marco's Deli. This
off a bye week? How do ranked teams do the game after
Who's hungry?
loss?
The Deli's open. Hey guys, Marco D'Angelo here for WagerTalk TV. It's another edition of Marco's Deli. This is episode 6. We've had 4 winning weeks out of 5 with Marco's Deli for a 16-9 record overall. Let's keep it rolling. The Deli's open. Let's get things started this week. They were good to us last week. It was one of our winners. We're going to come right back with them. Appalachian State is at Georgia State. Now, we're looking at this one, and it's a bad scheduling spot for Georgia State. Last week, Georgia State played the top team in the conference. That was James Madison. And as a 20-point underdog, they only lost 14-7 in that game. We love fading teams who almost pulled off a big upset as a huge underdog. Usually these teams come back the next week flat. That in itself would be enough for us to land on Appalachian State in this game. But what makes this one even better is look at who Georgia State plays next week. That's right, their interstate rival, Georgia Southern. That makes this one mother of a sandwich game. Might call this one the foot-long special. We're going to fade Georgia Southern today and take Appalachian State as play number 1 on this week's Deli. Play number 2. Alabama travels to Missouri. Now, Alabama is in a bad scheduling spot. 2 weeks ago, they had their big showdown game against Georgia at Georgia. They went in there and pulled off the mild upset 24-21. Huge win for them. Then last week, Alabama played Vanderbilt. Now, usually that wouldn't be a big game, and it would be a flat spot for Alabama, looking ahead to this game possibly. But Vanderbilt had beaten Alabama the year before. That just doesn't happen. So you know Alabama was focused for that one. They wanted revenge, and they got it. Now, speaking of revenge, it's Missouri who's the team playing with revenge. Last year, Alabama beat them 34-0. Embarrassed Missouri in that game. Missouri has had 2 weeks to prepare for this game, giving them a big edge in this one. And what seals the deal in this one, and that's what sandwiches are all about, take a look at who Alabama plays next week. They had Georgia, then they had the revenge game against Vanderbilt. Well, they got another revenge game next week, and it's against another top 25 team, Tennessee. We're going to go ahead and take Missouri plus the 3 to pull the upset on Saturday. All right, guys, let's go to play number 3 this week. And we're going to take a look at BYU at Arizona. Now, BYU enters this game undefeated and is ranked 18th in the country. But I got to ask the question, really, how good are they? We don't know. They've played a very soft schedule thus far, and this will clearly be their toughest test. Arizona, they're 4-1 so far, with their lone loss coming at Iowa State. Now, they got pounded at Iowa State 39-14. Iowa State was undefeated until last week. Arizona, they also beat Kansas State. Now, Kansas State has not played well this season, but if you remember when they started the season, Kansas State and Iowa State played in that opening game in Dublin. Both of those teams were in the top 25 at the time. After that tough luck loss, by Kansas State in that one, their season seemed to unravel for them. BYU needs to be careful here. This is a spot where they already beat Arizona last year by a big margin, 41-19. And if they are not focused for this Arizona team, they are in for a dogfight. This Arizona team lost that game last year mainly because they had 4 turnovers. They were their own worst enemy in that game. So if BYU comes in here a little cocky, a little overconfident, and more importantly, look at who they play next week. They play Utah next week. And they say, what's so big about the Utah game? Well, Utah-BYU was always a big rivalry. But because the teams went separate ways in conferences, that rivalry was not anymore. And it used to be called the Holy War. But now that they're both back in the same conference in the Big 12, the rivalry is renewed. And last year, it was a thriller between these two. It was a 1-point game, come right down to the end, 21-20. And they're going to be looking at Utah coming to Provo next week. Horrible spot for them. And then the final thing is, look at this. You've got a ranked team in BYU playing an unranked Arizona team, and the line is only 1.5. BYU is only a 1.5-point favorite. Seems something smells fishy. It's like they're begging you to take BYU. Feels like a trap game to me. I'm going with Arizona plus the 1.5 on Saturday night as BYU gets caught looking ahead to next week. All right, guys, before we head into the final 2 games of this week's show, got some business we got to take care of. First of all, if you're enjoying the video and if you've been playing these games, you've got to be enjoying the videos. Do me a favor. Doesn't cost you anything. It's a nice way of saying thank you. Just give us the thumbs up. It really helps the channel out, guys. Also, leave me a comment. I'll stop back in, talk to you guys. Last week, I said, tell me where you are watching from. I like to see where everybody's at. If you got a play that you like, tell us about it. Got a question? Drop it in there. And by all means, guys, spread the word. Share the video. Tell your friends about it. We want to build Marco's Deli, build the video up and get everybody some winners. And if you like the way I handicap these games and you want to become a premium customer of mine, you can do so. Got a couple specials this week. We're doing the Weekend Warrior once again. It's been a very popular program. If you just want to play on the weekend and all you want to play is football, grab a Weekend Warrior package. You'll get Saturday and Sunday, all of my football plays. If I have a Monday night play, you'll get it free if it's a Monday night football selection. If you want all of my plays and you want to do it for 7 days, now that Weekend Warrior, by the way, is $49, and that would include any 5% plays. And as you know, those 5% plays sell for $35 by themselves. So that's a no-brainer. $14 more, you get the whole weekend. If you want a 7-day all access, and what that means is you get all of my plays in every sport. And guys, right now, every sport is going on except one. NBA. You've got hockey just started this week. Well, guess what? NBA starts next week. You'll get all of my plays in every sport. That's baseball, that's football, college and pro, hockey, NBA, and we still got at least 1 or 2 more WNBA plays as well. That's $77 for 7 days. Check it out over at WagerTalk.com. If you want to go directly to my homepage, go to wt.buzz/MD. You'll find both of those specials available there. All right, let's get to those last 2 games on the card. We got 1 college, 1 NFL, and let's get it started with a big one on Saturday. We got Georgia traveling to Auburn. How many weeks in a row can Georgia get up for a big game? Look at their schedule. 3 games back, they went to Tennessee and won in a shootout, 44-41. Their next game, which generally off of a game like that, I would be looking to go against them. They played a big rivalry game. They played Alabama. It was a hard-fought game, 24-21. That was their first loss of the season. Now, did they have a hangover after that game, their first loss? No, because in the SEC, 1 loss doesn't kill you for the national championship picture in the playoffs. There will be teams with 1 loss get into the playoffs. And the SEC will probably have a 2-loss team get in as well. So everything is still in play for Georgia. So they came to play last week when they played Kentucky, and they took care of business 35-14. Now they're going to go back out on the road. And this is a spot where both of Auburn's losses, they're going to play Auburn, were close. They lost by 6 and 7 points to 2 very good teams, Oklahoma and Texas A&M. Couple that with the fact that Georgia has a monster game on deck. Georgia next week plays host to number 4 Ole Miss. That's a game that will definitely determine their season. If they get their second loss, they're probably done. If they beat Ole Miss, it catapults them right back into the national championship picture and the SEC crown. This is a classic sandwich spot, look-ahead game. I'm going to take Auburn. They've had 2 weeks to prepare for Georgia, another huge advantage. Let's call the upset. Auburn, take them, plus the 3.5. And for the final game on this week's Deli show, we're going to go to the NFL, and we're going to take a look at Dallas at Carolina. You're going to have to hold your nose with this play because this is a tough one to swallow. I'm not going to argue that fact, but we've got to trust the process, and we got to trust the setup in this game. The Cowboys, 2 weeks ago, played a highly anticipated big game against Green Bay. That's all you heard about. Micah Parsons coming back to Dallas and all of that, and it lived up to all the hype. It was a 40-40 shootout, ended in a tie in overtime. And yeah, last week was a spot where you thought they would be flat. Well, it just turns out the Jets are just a bad football team. And Dallas was able to go to New York and beat the Jets. So beating the Jets last week, why can't they beat Carolina this week? Well, a couple reasons. One, the Jets are winless. Carolina actually has 2 wins. They're 2-3 straight up, and they're 3-2 against the spread. Also, This is the second week in a row on the road. That's always tough for teams, especially you got the win in the first game of that 2-game road trip. But the clincher for me here is coming off of the big game against Dallas. Then you carried it over, got a win on the road. Look at what they've got on deck. Dallas has Washington next week at home. Washington, division rival, hated division rival. It's just a big-time look-ahead spot. And the fact remains, Dallas still has a bad defense. Carolina can move the football when they don't turn it over. If Carolina has a clean game, they win this game. I'm taking Carolina here with the sandwich spot look ahead. We're going to go Carolina plus the 3 over the Dallas Cowboys for our 5th and final play. All right, guys, that's it for this week's Deli show. I appreciate you guys hanging around and watching the video. As I said, do me a favor, give me that thumbs up. Leave me a comment. I want to hear from you guys. And until next week, guys, good luck with all of your bets, and let's cash some tickets. I'll talk to you guys next week. Thanks for watching Marco's Deli.
NFL Week 6 is on deck. We're going to cover all those primetime games. Check in with VR for the Steam report. Of course, the Deli has been absolutely red hot, so Marco better be cooking up some paninis for me. We got some barking dogs for you guys, as well as best bets coming right up. Kelly Stewart here, joined by Gianni The Greek, Marco D'Angelo, and we're going to get right into NFL Week 6 for you guys, starting with Thursday Night Football. Marco D'Angelo, you're going to be up first here. Eagles, 7.5-point favorites at the Giants, 41.5, big-time rivalry game, except for it's not. Our producer Dan just casually reminded all of us how the Eagles have dominated the Giants for a better part of 2 decades, which kind of has me thinking, do I just take the easy way out and tease the Eagles here?
I can't argue with that, Kelly. Get the Eagles down to just win the game. That's probably going to be on a few of my tickets as well this week. But when we break this game down, let's start with the fact that last week we cashed going against both of these two teams. And why? Well, because they were both in what I felt bad situations. You had the Eagles coming off, another win, a close win the week before, and they had Denver coming to town. Denver, a good defensive team, getting points, and you had the Eagles with this game on deck, a division rivalry on a short week. I just thought it was a horrible spot for the Eagles, and they went down. Now, losing last week may just be the best thing that could have happened to this team because, as we pointed out last week, their 4 wins had come by just a grand total of 20 points. So I'm hoping that loss, is the wake-up call for this team. We also went against the Giants. All of us went against the Giants last week. We were all in unison going with the Saints because the Giants were coming off their first win with Jackson Dart the week before, and then had to travel down to New Orleans to play the Saints, who were winless, and then had this game on deck. It was just a horrible spot for them, and New Orleans came through for us. Now, playing on a short week, you've got to figure that the advantage goes to Philadelphia. Even though they're on the road, it's a short trip to go to play the Giants. But I'm looking at it from the aspect of the 2 starting quarterbacks. You've got to get a rookie quarterback that's only made 3 starts prepared for a tough game in 3 days to play on Thursday night, as opposed to a veteran quarterback like Jalen Hurts. And for the love of God, will you please run the football, Philadelphia? I don't care if you're struggling running the football. You got to have some balance. 11 times you ran the football last week. And I might add, you had Barkley in your backfield, all right? And you also had a double-digit lead. How you only ran the ball 11 times is beyond me. You've got to balance the offense to keep the defenses honest. And I think that they will have success in this game against the Giants defense. We're going to go ahead, take Philadelphia. I'll lay the points. I'm calling for Philadelphia to get the win in the cover, but I'll be honest with you, I think the safer in town.
All right, if we could only bet their VR, we would go use their teasers. That's okay.
Yeah.
We got a guy. We got a guy. That's all that matters. You should also get a guy. Just ask. Never hurts. Sunday Night Football, Lions plus 2.5 at the Chiefs. Total 52.5. Woo! Is this the fishy line of the week? But not so fast. Fading teams off a big win has been historically favorable betting in the NFL, right? But that is not the case for Dan Campbell. From the GoldSheet, following a win by at least 7 points or more, Detroit has gone 21-5 against the spread in the next game. Dan Campbell, as an underdog, 11-2. Oh, listen, I want to take the Lions so bad here, but I will say this. Their defense is a little banged up, and their Chiefs offense is starting to ramp up kind of after that slow start. So with a higher total, this is not a traditional teaser play, but I'm looking at putting the Lions in teasers. I do think this is going to be a higher scoring game. Would not shock me to see both teams end up in the 30s here. 2 high scoring offenses, banged up defense. Just keep in mind, the Lions, not that traditional square dog here, 21-5 against the spread the next game. We'll see if maybe I don't put them in a couple contest plays. VR, let's talk Monday Night Football. We got a double header. Bills are a 3.5-point favorite at the Falcons, total 47.5.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, this isn't a knock on Buffalo, but I think it's a good spot to look to Atlanta as a decent home dog here on Monday night. Got to remember, this is only Buffalo's second road game. They played 4 or 5 games at home, so now they're traveling on the road and they're playing a really tough team in the Atlanta Falcons. They do a lot of things well. They got an excellent defense. They run the football, and they're slowly and surely getting Penix up to speed. And what I like is I talk about passing success rate all the time. And if you look right now, he's slowly but surely climbing those ranks. Where he sits right now, Penix has a 49.2 passing success rate. And when you compare that to Josh Allen, who's got a 51.9, it shows you just how impressive Penix has been so far for Atlanta. With that said, if they're able to run the football and control the clock, which is where their strength is, and coupled with the weakness for Buffalo, that run defense, I think Atlanta's going to be in this game from start to finish and have a chance to actually win, let alone cover. I like Atlanta having a bye coming into this week, so they've had extra time to prepare. I like the fact they haven't had a Monday night game in Atlanta for a number of years. So this is going to be a hostile environment, hyped up for Monday night. They can't afford to fall behind. They're going to want to have that crowd in there. So look for them to try to control the football. And more importantly, we finally have seen some cracks in Buffalo as far as turnovers. If you remember coming into the season, we touched on Buffalo was plus 24 in turnovers last season, number 1 in all the NFL. The number 2 team had only 16. So 40% less than what Buffalo did. And where they really did best was if you look at their fumbles, they captured 16 fumbles and only lost 2. So 18 times the ball hit the ground and they recovered 16 of those. It's 50-50 when that ball hits the ground more times than not. So it shows you just how lucky they got. That's not going to continue forever. I think we're starting to see that. We could force some more turnovers. Atlanta may be that money line play, but at 4, I like the Falcons.
Wow. Falcons to shock the world in the first Monday night game. Marco, do you think the Bears can shock the world? Plus 3.5. I know they're a little underdog on the road at the Commanders, 50.5. Daniels looked pretty good in his return there last week versus the Chargers after they got down early, but now they're back at home. Talk to me about this Bears team off a bye.
Yeah, Kelly, and normally off of a bye, I don't like taking a team that went into the bye on a good note. And the Bears won 2 in a row heading into the bye. Generally, that's a momentum stopper. But the more I thought about it, I actually think that this was the perfect time for the Bears to get that early bye. Think about it. They played 4 games. They improved in the last 2 games. Remember, Caleb Williams, second year in the NFL. A lot of times we see quarterbacks have a regression in the second year. Throw in the fact that he had to deal with a new offense to run this year. Ben Johnson takes over, comes in from the Detroit Lions as the offensive coordinator to be the head coach. So now you had a learning curve for him. You've had a 4-week sample size. They could take that 2 weeks to prepare, look at the film, see what Caleb Williams did well, what he was comfortable with, what plays didn't work in the playbook, tweak those or throw them out and use the cream of the crop and tweak those plays. I think you're going to see the best offensive performance of the season from the Bears coming out of that bye week with the extra week to prepare. Also, I look at this one and I see Washington. They're in a tough scheduling spot. Okay, they came out of their bye week, so you know they were focused. They went cross country to play the Chargers in LA. Now, that was an impressive win, like the Washington in that game. But let's not forget, you had the Chargers who were zigzagging all across the country in the first couple of weeks of the season. Remember all of the road games that they had to start the season, plus 3 tough divisional games, plus all of the injuries that they had. They were ripe for the picking, and Washington took advantage of it. Now you got Washington coming back, returning home from the West Coast, but look at who they play next. It's the Dallas Cowboys, division rival. This is what, I could have used this one in a sandwich spot as well. And for the last factor, do you think the Bears remember last year's game against Washington? If you don't, I'll remind you. Washington was losing until the final play of the game. Daniels hits a Hail Mary in the end zone for the win when the Chicago defender that should have been covering the guy that caught the ball in the end zone was in the corner of the end zone taunting the crowd, thinking they had the game won already. Do you remember that one? Yeah, and that was the start of the Bears season spiraling out of control. Yeah, they got this one circled. Let's go ahead, take Chicago in this one. In the Washington pass defense, they've allowed 261 yards or more in 3 of their last 4 games. Look for a high-scoring game. I'll go ahead and take the Bears plus the points on Monday night.
Oh boy. Yeah, Marco, I think a lot of us remember that game. That was a wild one. VR, let's get into what you've got over at WagerTalk.com this weekend before we get into the steam room.
Well, already up is my college football package with 2 4% in there. And of course, we're going to have a lot more between now and Saturday. I've won every week so far in college football. From week 0 through week 6, we've turned a profit. And I feel confident that's only going to continue, already up over 110 units. NFL regular season has been fire as well after not a good preseason. And this Sunday, firing a 5% in the NFL. I haven't had a 5% in the NFL. I don't even know if I've had one yet this season, but we do have a position that warrants that. So head on over to Wager Talk. We'll have the NFL package, college football package, UFC package as well. And of course, Major League Baseball playoffs each and every night. So a great time to get on board. And of course, the steam room Sunday heading into the NFL 1 p.m. kickoffs.
All right, let's hear what you've got from Sharp Action for NFL Week 6.
All right. Let's look at some of the hits that had the moves that had follow through. Because again, we talk about the look ahead lines all the time, and the limits are low. But it gives us an idea whether after the rest of the books open up, if the groups continue to follow through and bet that side, or whether it was just taking advantage of a look ahead. Start off with the Indianapolis Colts. Their look ahead was 3 minus 125, went to 5, 5.5. That got bet up to where it sits at 6.5 right now. The Rams, minus 6.5. -7. Now you're looking at 7.5 against Baltimore. So 0.5 point increments. Seems like Ram money continuing to come in. Miami plus 5.5 and plus 5 against the Chargers. That's opposite the public. Seeing a lot of Charger money already from the recreational accounts. Tampa Bay over San Francisco, -1.5, 2 and 2.5, but did see some San Francisco +3 in a couple sharp accounts, which tells you just how tight these NFL lines. And with 3 being such a key number, that's not surprising. Look at Green Bay, -13.5, -14, laying 2 touchdowns there. And finally, Monday Night Football. I already talked about them, but the Atlanta Falcons at that look ahead at +5, they took the 4.5. That's why you're looking at +4 right now. So still early in the week, but those are some of the bigger one-sided, bigger steam moves on some of those NFL sides for Sunday.
All right, let's get into these barking dogs. Marco D'Angelo is going to be up first. This is an interesting one. We've got a new quarterback in Cleveland. Well, I guess he played last week, Dylan Gabriel, but Joe Flacco is no longer his backup, which I think it means Shedeur Sanders would be if he goes out. But you like the Browns +5.5.
No, I think actually when they did the depth chart, it's Dylan Gabriel is the starter. Player to be named later is the backup, and then Sanders is third on the depth chart. But you got to love the AFC North. My Pittsburgh Steelers had last week off. They gained a half a game on the entire division by not playing. And then you have, this is the same division that one team trades away their starting quarterback to another team in the division, and that team thinks that got them, that it was a good deal. God bless America that we live in. But from a betting standpoint here, I am going to go ahead and take Cleveland. I mentioned in the last game when we talked about bye weeks that I don't like teams that go into a bye week on a good note. And the Pittsburgh Steelers went into the bye week winning their last 2 games. They went across the pond and played in Ireland, beat Minnesota, and now you've had 2 weeks off. It was a little bit of a momentum stopper. Now, it is an advantage rest-wise. You've had 2 weeks where Cleveland went across the pond and has to come back across the pond, not getting a bye week. Normally, the teams that play overseas gets the bye week the following week. But this is a division game. And I'm looking at the Pittsburgh Steelers, and even though they're 3-1, and I cashed with them against Minnesota, they're still not a good football team. Don't be misread by the record. This team, the offensive line play is bad. And Aaron Rodgers is not a mobile quarterback anymore. And Myles Garrett and company are going to put pressure on him the entire time in this game. He's going to find out what the rivalry is between Pittsburgh and Cleveland when Myles Garrett comes calling. I always tell you, give me points with the better defense. Well, that better defense is clearly Cleveland at this stage of the season. Also, I'm going to look at the fact in this one, you talk about Dylan Gabriel. Yeah, it was his first game last week. He didn't set the world on fire, but he also had a clean game. He didn't lose the game for them. They were in that game right till the end. I think second start, he's going to be better. Got the nerves out, last week. If he had butterflies, whatever, expect a better game from him, taking all of the first string snaps for a second week in a row. And he doesn't have to look over his shoulder because it's not, the old man Joe Flacco. It's Shedeur Sanders, and I don't see him coming in anytime soon. So let's go ahead, take Cleveland in this one, plus the points. In a perfect world, for me, Pittsburgh wins 21-20, but it's not a perfect world. I'm calling Cleveland 20-17.
Oh boy, the Steelers fan is calling for another Steelers loss. VR, you and I were in agreement on this one. I was going to use it as my best bet, but I wanted to add one more play into the rotation. Tell me why you like the Panthers as your barking dog this week.
Yeah, and this is one I immediately jumped on and sent out to subscribers. I thought this Dallas team is a little bit overvalued right now, and I thought the overreaction to the offensive line injuries with Carolina was overpriced in this betting line because Dallas just doesn't have the pass rush and that the defense to do all that much and take advantage of that. Like, that's their weakness. So I don't think Carolina is going to be at as big of a disadvantage as if they were going up, a stellar front four. Also, I think they're going to have some success running the football against Dallas, which will take pressure off of Bryce Young, whose passing efficiency also continues to climb. And he's almost right at that NFL average. And I know Prescott seems like he's having a, stellar year, had a couple big games, but he's barely right above that NFL average as far as passing success rate goes. And why I like Carolina most is because when you look at the weakness of Dallas, I'm going to keep it this simple. It's their defense. They're the 32nd most efficient defense in all of the NFL. If you're getting points like Carolina's getting, that back door is going to stay open that entire game. This is the defense that you can march up and down the field on and score some points. Having them playing this game at home, I just think they're live. They should be able to keep it even in the number, if not win this game on the money line. Just got to slow down that offense of the Cowboys, which again is top 5 in efficiency, going to give them their due. But I think that'll start to drop off as the season progresses. They've had like the 20th, 22nd toughest schedule. So easy strength of schedule so far. Again, I think Dallas is phony, and I'll take the points with Carolina. Give me the 3.5 at home dog.
I'm not sure if New England is phony, but I'm going to bet against them this week. I'm not sure how legit they are. Congratulations to them and that nice win over Buffalo. But I think this is kind of one of those weird letdown spots. I like Coach Vrabel, but 3.5 points with a team who's been competitive in all 5 games except for at Seattle. Remember, they had a shot to beat Arizona there at home. They had a shot to beat San Francisco there at home. And maybe they didn't have a shot to beat Buffalo, but I can promise you, Buffalo backers in Survivor were sweating late into that game. And then they just got a nice win there at home once again over the New York Giants last week. They took early money, and rightfully so. That second half was all the Saints. This is a Saints team that I think is improving week by week. They finally get the monkey of that loss off their back. And now New England goes on the road once again, just 2-8 in the NFC. Now, one could maybe argue that was towards the end of Bill Belichick's career and they just stopped playing well without Tom Brady. But I think Spencer Rattler having that first career win, snapping that 8-game losing streak, and then giving head coach Kellen Moore his first win kind of propels them into this week. Remember, they had 5 turnovers. This is defense comes to play. You can tell the Saints team is hungry. I think we see a less than stellar performance by the Pats. So give me the 3.5 here with the Saints. I think they can win this game at home. Marco D'Angelo's Deli has been absolutely piping hot. Hopefully you get the soup sandwich special that he offers us every single week. And that is that you can watch the extended version of the Deli either on the Mega Show or on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. Of course, if you're an insider, you get it first, wt.buzz/insiders to join. Marco, the Deli, it's been cooking 16-9 on the season. Who do we have for NFL Week 6?
Yum.
Yeah, Kelly, this is a perfect spot when you talk about a sandwich situation. We're going to look at Seattle. They're going to be playing Jacksonville, and you got Jacksonville coming off back-to-back games in which they went to San Francisco 2 weeks ago, beat the 49ers. Now, granted, the 49ers were banged up, but still, it's the 49ers on the road. You got the win. Then they came home. We all saw the Monday night game. What a game. Probably one of the best Monday night games we'll see all season. And they got the win over the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, beating Kansas City is a big deal by itself. But given the fashion in which they won the game, when after giving up the go-ahead touchdown late, you had Trevor Lawrence take them down the field and score the winning touchdown. And on the craziest play, gets his foot stepped on, falls down. They have no timeouts. If he gets tackled behind the line of scrimmage, they could have trouble getting the next play off without the clock running out. And instead, he gets up. I thought he was just going to throw it out of bounds to stop the clock. No, he finds a way to get into the end zone on a broken play to win the game. And that game was on Monday Night Football at home. How often is Jacksonville on Monday Night Football, period, let alone have a home game? Talk about a letdown spot. You're coming off of all of that, those 2 games the previous weeks, and you're on such a high off the Monday night. It's a short week. And oh, by the way, next week, you travel across the pond. You go to London to play the Rams. This is an absolutely horrible spot for them to be playing Seattle. Seattle's coming off a tough loss of their own last week against the comeback kids, a.k.a. Tampa Bay. If you haven't watched Tampa Bay play this year, they are actually a fun team to watch with Baker Mayfield. They fall behind every week, and they find a way to win it. And Seattle was their latest victim. Tampa Bay has won 4 or 5 coming from behind this year. Defensively, Seattle has allowed only one opponent to top 20 points this season. This is just, you add in the scheduling, the short week, who they've played, that monumental Monday night game, going to London next week, in Seattle coming off a tough loss at home last week with a bad taste in their mouth. To me, this all adds up to taking Seattle. And the last thing I'll say about Jacksonville, I'll give you another, Marco-ism that I like to look at. That was a statement game for Jacksonville, okay? They were 3-1, but nobody was really giving them any credit for the wins that they had. Now they're 4-1, and they beat Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes. As I like to say, that was their legitimizer. Now people believe in them. And as soon as people actually start talking about a team, that's when I want to go against them. Let's go ahead and take Seattle in this one. And you know what? I have a feeling, Kelly, +1.5, going to see them on some teasers as well.
Yes, we are going to see them on some teasers. I've already done it. I broke VR's rule. Don't tell them, okay, guys?
Don't do it.
The teasers have done really well outside of last week. And a team named the Ravens. Yeah. We're getting into best bets right now. VR, what are we doing here?
Yes. I don't care. Listen, I will go down fighting that I am comfortable making this bet, and I feel extremely confident, Kel, that I'm so getting the best of it. This is such an overreaction to Baltimore. Let me just take you back real quickly. They lose in the playoffs as 1-point favorites. 1-point favorites on the road at Buffalo. They lose that game by a point or 2. They come back the following year. They're still 1-point favorites on the road at Buffalo. They lose that game in the most improbable fashion, okay? They come back the following week as 13-point favorites because on paper they were the best team in the NFL. And what do? They cover. They win by 20+ against Cleveland. So right then and there, they're considered the best team in the NFL. That was not all that long ago, okay? Since then, they played Detroit. They were 4.5-point favorites against the best team in the NFL right now, Detroit. 4.5 against Detroit. Very same place, Baltimore. September 22nd, just a few weeks back. They lose that game. Then they go to Kansas City, one of the toughest places to play anyway. They lose that game, and they get blown out by Houston. Why? Because Rush throws 3 interceptions. Now, Rush had a 58 QBR. If anybody's going to progress towards the mean, it's this kid. Because when you look at his career, it's a lot better than that. We have a couple seasons, a handful of games, and his quarterback rating historically has been a lot higher than 60. So I expect him to only improve. One of the best home field advantages in all of the NFL is still Baltimore. And if anything, this is a proud franchise, a proud team that is a 7.5-point dog to the LA Rams. Listen, I get it. Stafford's playing well. Rams are looking good. They're 3-2, above 500, coming off a loss. So expecting them to bounce back. It was a tough loss to San Francisco. I don't see it. I like Baltimore here. We have another team traveling from the West Coast to the East Coast, giving way too many points, Kel. I think Rush improves off of that performance. I think Baltimore has some pride, and I think power rating wise, this is foolish because when I look at the Rams, yeah, offensively, they're barely a top 15 team. The weakness for Baltimore has been their defense, but fortunately, they're not playing the most stellar of offenses this week. I'm telling you that. Take the 7.5. It's a gift. Sprinkle the money line on Baltimore as well. Don't be surprised if they get the win and move to 2-4.
All right. That is certainly a brave pick. I have a feeling the whole world is going to tease the Rams. So good luck for those that have better stomach than I do. I can't back the Ravens a second week in a row. Marco, a team that you want to back here, and I'm not against it, but talk to me about London and why we're taking the under. But before you do, 7 days of picks for $77, just $11 a day. What do you have to promote now over at WagerTalk.com?
Kelly, 7 days, all access right now. Every sport is going on but one. And that one that's not going on will start next week. That's the NBA. Take advantage of that 7-day all access. You'll get every play. It includes all 5% plays. 5% plays sell for $35 by themselves. You're going to pick up 7 days for $77. It's the best way to go. You'll never miss a play. And when you're an all access client, if your handicapper puts a play in, say on Tuesday for Sunday, you get an email notification immediately about the play, so you get the best of the number as well. It's the best way to go. Don't wait till game day. Sign up for a 7-day all access. And we've got a big weekend planned as well. We are number 2 in money won over the last 2 years combined in college and pro football. So be sure to check myself out and all of the great handicappers at WagerTalk. Kelly, we're going to head over to London. Another one of these early games. I hate getting up at 6:30 to watch football on a Sunday morning, but we've got Denver and the Jets. And when you look at this one, Denver is coming off back-to-back wins where the Jets, well, they can't get out of their own way. 0-5, and the Jets' defense has been absolutely non-existent. Every opponent has scored 27 or more points against them. So with that said, the knee-jerk reaction would be either take Denver and lay the points or take the over. But I'm not doing either, and here's why. This is a tough scheduling spot for Denver, because this is going to be their 4th road game in 5 weeks. And you can't get a longer road trip than heading across the pond to go play in London. The one thing that Denver has going for them, and it's been a consistent all year, has been they've got a strong defense. And as you know, the saying goes, defense is travel. Well, I'm looking for that defense to travel to London and be the best unit on the field on Sunday. And you look at the Jets, I think Denver's going to exploit the fact that the Jets have an inability to stop the run. And by running the football, Denver will shorten the game, get in and get out, which they want to do. Also, if you're running the football effectively, that gives you better down and distances when you do have to pass the football, and they can protect Bo Nix. Bo Nix has had an up and down season. There's times that he looks like a second-year quarterback in the NFL, and there's other times that he shows some of the brilliance that he flashed last year as a rookie. But he has been inconsistent, and they want to minimize the mistakes. Well, when you're running the football effectively, that's the best way to minimize mistakes. With that said, I look for this to be a quick game and lots of runs by Denver, and especially when they get a lead on the Jets, and that's going to lead to an under. My projected score in this one is Denver 20-13, which would cover the point spread if you want to go that route, but I am looking at the unders. I think this one goes well under the 43.5.
I owe you guys an apology because I was picking disgusting dogs this week in the NFL regardless. I went back and forth between Miami and this play and who I was going to use for barking dogs. And look, it's gross. Bottom line, taking the Titans off that crazy win is not exactly the spot most of you want to do. Oh, Kelly, the miraculous upset. What would the line have been if that touchdown would have scored and Arizona went up 3 scores? No, the line would have been the same. The line is the same as it was in July when our friends over at the Superbook put out these lines. Vegas -4. There's literally nothing different except for we're betting against the Raiders again. Do you think you can trust this team as a favorite? They have no home field advantage. Geno Smith has 9 interceptions on the season, and this is the worst start in Pete Carroll's career. I gave you guys the Colts last week, and everybody in the comment section told me how square I was. Call me square again for taking the 4.5 here with the Titans, but I think the Titans can take that momentum and turn it into 2 wins. Give me the Titans plus 4.5 for my best bet, NFL Week 6. Let's get that recap graphic up for everybody. From VR and Marco, and of course myself, we wish you guys a profitable NFL Week 6. And if you are looking for that college football edition of Bet On, it's right here. And of course, the mega show we keep talking about. If you're in it for the long haul, you don't want to miss a single minute of Bet On It, we got you covered. Week 7 of college football. Boy, does that sound crazy to say out loud. We've got a bunch of top 25 matchups, barking dogs, best bets. The deli's still cooking, and that train is still rolling down the tracks. Let's get into this week's episode of Bet On It. All right, Kelly Stewart here, joined by Gianni The Greek and Marco D'Angelo. This is the college football edition of Bet On It. So we're going to get into some of these top 25 games. And I'm going to go first, 12 p.m. Eastern. Number 1, Ohio State is a 2-touchdown favorite at number 17, Illinois. 49.5 here is the total. And actually, the Buckeyes have that hook hanging on. And that has me looking towards the Illini. Now, one could argue that the Buckeyes own the series, but these two have not played each other since November of 2017. And since losing to Michigan in that close regular season loss last year, Ohio State has gone 9-0 straight up, 8-0-1 against the spread. But hey, Brett Bielema and the Illini are not far behind. Since their bye week in mid-November of last year, Illini 9-1 straight up and against the spread. And you guys remember that lone loss at Indiana earlier this season. I'm sure the Illinois team would like to forget that one as well. But I like this Illinois team here at home, catching points, double digits for Bielema as a home dog. I think you guys know what to do. I might not get to the window with this team, but Illinois and some contest plays will be it for me. 3:30 p.m. Eastern, number 7, Indiana. Down to 7.5. This one opened at 10 there on Sunday night at Circa at number 3, Oregon. Total 55.5. VR, what do you make of this line move before you get into the total here?
I wasn't surprised. Listen, Oregon's top 3 in the country as far as power ratings go. But Indiana's right there as well. And I think they got them ranked correctly. I've been able to take advantage of the incorrect rankings. Based mostly on records than anything else. And I talk about it all the time, how the cream does eventually rise to the top. But this is just a perfect example of the rankings being on point with the power ratings. And based on that, I wasn't surprised to see some money come in on the dog. But where it sits now, I don't think there's all that much value on the side. So I'm going to look to the total. And I think we're going to get a extra couple points by going under here based on the high-profile offenses. And obviously, both teams coming in having put up decent amount of points week in and week out. But if you look at the defensive side of the ball, both teams have allowed more than 14 points only one time. That was it. So you're looking at 2 high-level defenses, and usually that's the perfect storm to go over because the market overreacts to just how good the defenses are. So the line's shaded towards that bias. And I talk about it all the time. Defenses create points as well, turnovers, special teams. But because we're talking about the high profile offense of Oregon and the narrative about them being a team that puts up a lot of points, and Indiana doing the same thing more or less week in and week out. We got a higher line than it should be, sitting at about 55 and a half. And it's a telling sign that this line hasn't gone up, even though you're starting to see the public lining up on that over. So definitely some resistance from sharp bettors. I agree with that. So we're going to go under 55 for the TV game this week.
Speaking of those defenses, wow, 3:30 p.m. Eastern, number 6, Oklahoma is headed to the Cotton Bowl to take on Texas. Now, this line's flipped back and forth between who was the favorite. The current one here on the odds logic screen, Oklahoma -1.5, total 42.5. Marco, that's what I'm looking at in this one. I'm like, everybody wants to talk about these two defenses. We've seen this Red River rivalry, shootout, whatever you want to call it these days, be an absolute score fest before. I thought 42.5 was really low, but you're actually looking at a side here.
Yeah, I am. And as you said, the line's gone back and forth. And when I did the game last night, I was looking at it. Actually, Texas was the favorite last night. This is what tells the story for me. You look at this game and you've got Oklahoma, who is ranked 6th in the nation, and you got Texas, who, if you remember, came into the season as the number 1 team in the country in the preseason rankings. And what happened? Well, they lose that opening game against Ohio State, and then last week against all teams, winless Florida, they get beat last week, and all of a sudden they're out of the top 25. We're getting value with this Texas team, in my opinion, and the market corrected itself. When you've got, even if it's a pick 'em +1, -1, you got a ranked team versus an unranked team. That sends up all the red flags in the world that Oklahoma might just be overrated in this one. And let's be honest, they are undefeated, but they really only had 2 signature wins. And if you look at the 2 signature wins, the first one came against Michigan at home, and that was the second game of the season for them. And it was the first game for Michigan quarterback on the road. You know, they got that highly touted freshman at Michigan, but going into Oklahoma for your first road game, that's a tall order for anyone. And, you know, they got the win there. Their other win, well, they had a touchdown victory over Auburn. And, you know, the jury is still out. Is Auburn a decent team? Not a decent team. It was a lackluster performance. I think Texas, they're playing with house money now. Granted, normally, and VR mentioned it last week, and shout out to him when he talked about the Penn State UCLA game and talking about Dream Crusher games. A team that had expectations to win a national championship, when you lose for the second time, your season's over as far as the national championship goes. But because they are playing their heated rival, I'm not going to play that card yet for the Dream Crusher. They want to wreck somebody else's dream. And if you can knock Oklahoma from the ranks of the unbeaten, they're going to show up for this game. I'm going to go ahead. I am going to take Texas. You talk about defense. There's never been a problem with the Texas defense at all. The problem has been with Arch Manning. But if he has a clean game and just improves at all, I think they win this football game. I'm going to go with them, Texas. In the other part of being out of it, that gives them the opportunity, Kelly, to take chances in the game. What do they have?
Week 7 of college football.
Focused Clemson team playing a very bad North Carolina team, and that's what you got, a 38-10 blowout. On the flip side of that, you had Boston College that absolutely got boat raced at Pittsburgh last week, 48-7. It was a pillar to post game from Pitt. Pitt even changed quarterbacks for that game. Guy made his first start and just drilled Boston College. Now you look at that one, a couple things from that. One, Boston College was -3 in turnovers. That helped the game spin out of control quickly. And it was a horrible scheduling spot for Boston College. They have been playing a bunch of road games early in the season, and it was their third road game out of their past 4. And in those 3 road games that they had in the last 4, one of them was a cross-country trip to Stanford. We've talked about this silliness with the ACC schedule with California and Stanford, playing in the ACC just doesn't make sense with travel, and it creates problems for teams going west or those teams coming east. This is also a spot where you think they were looking ahead to Clemson a little bit. Which do you get more excited about, going to Pitt or playing Clemson? I'm going to go ahead and take Boston College in this one. Prior to that Pitt debacle, their 3 losses were by 2, 10, and 4 points. They were very competitive in all of their games. I am not sold on Clemson just yet. And yes, I realize Boston College sitting at 1-4. What do they got to play for? Well, when your season's over early, you risk mailing it in the rest of the season, except you're going to circle a couple games on your schedule. And I looked at the remaining schedule for Boston College, and if their so-called, quote, bowl games for them will be this Clemson game and later in the year when Notre Dame comes to town. Other than that, I probably will not be involved in a Boston College game unless I'm going against them. But this week, we're going to take them plus the points. I think this is going to be much closer than people think. And we'll go ahead and put just a little sprinkle on the money line as well. I got to try to keep up with VR, but again, congrats to him on that call with UCLA last
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, now I got to try to keep up with both of you because VR also has a double-digit dog, and I thought my 9-point underdog was going to be sufficient. It is apparently not. Now we have a competition going on here. VR, this one's, as a girl who follows the Big 12 very closely, we'll just call it interesting. Tell me why you like Oklahoma State here in this spot.
Yeah, and I gave this out to subscribers as a premium play immediately. Number one, I think Houston's a overvalued team. A little bit overrated, sitting at 4-1. They've had a very easy strength of schedule. In fact, it's the close to the 80th toughest schedule so far in college football. So not surprised they're sitting at 4-1. But if you look, even though they've done well against the spread, also they're profitable at 3-2. They haven't been winning with big margin. Meaning it's not like they're putting up 40 plus points in game. In fact, the most they put up was 36 points. To cover 14.5, you got to be able to put up a lot of points. And I think as bad as Oklahoma State has looked offensively and defensively, they've had a much tougher strength of schedule to date. And I think if anything, they're going to improve off of that. They're going to start to progress towards the mean. They're not that bad of a football team as they've shown to date. With that said, Houston's strength is their defense. That's where they're, most efficient. At least it's appeared that way so far this early in the season. They're 9th nationally in yardage per game. But dig a little deeper into the metrics, and they're probably in like the top 40 defensively overall, their efficiency. So they're not a top 10 defense like it appears. That's just, against yardage allowed, which stat doesn't mean all that much. So I think they're getting a little too much credit for their defense. And I think a lot of that has to do with that strength of schedule. Also, their stud quarterback had that concussion protocol last week. So we know he's not 100%. They're going to want to be careful with him for sure. In Oklahoma State, tough environment, a strong home field advantage, almost 3 points, about 2.8 something. That's pretty high for college football. Getting 2 touchdowns plus, I think, is a gift. It's worth a little sprinkle on the money line as well. Again, are we going to hit back-to-back big money lines? We'll find out Saturday. But I do think they could keep this within the number. I think Houston's one of those phony 4-1 teams. And I think Oklahoma State's not as bad as they've looked. Again, strength of schedule had a lot to do with it. Give me the 2 touchdowns with Oklahoma State and sprinkle that money line because it's a generous number.
I know a lot of people may say that Oklahoma State doesn't have some big home field advantage because they fired Gundy and their team's not any good. you guys haven't been paying attention. They have still been packing that house. It is absolutely wild to see, as somebody who is kind of a fair weather fan themselves this season. That being said, I'm taking a 9-point underdog, the littlest dog here on the board in South Carolina. So I was happy to hear VR say during the Steamer segment that he saw sharp money come from 10 to 9 there. Look, LSU, they won the last 8 meetings, including that crazy road win 36-33 last year in Columbia. If you guys remember, South Carolina jumped out early, 17-0 over the Tigers, but boom, Lenora Sellers gets knocked out of the game with the injury, and the Gamecocks get reffed to death, 13 penalties for 123 yards. I think it's probably fair to say the Gamecocks have this one circled. Yes, both teams are coming off a bye, but I think this LSU team is not as good as everybody had thought over the summertime. 10-3 against the spread in their last 13 SEC matches. I like the Gamecocks, and I'm going to go ahead and apologize to South Carolina because I can't wait to see how you guys lose this game in horrible fashion. Yes, that's what exactly happened last week to all of our underdogs. It is the kiss of death. If I put them in the barking dog segment, they're going to cover but not win. So apologies in advance. Let's get right into the Deli. The Deli has been rocking and rolling there, Marco. 16-9 on the season. You also do an additional Deli segment each week here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. Can you please let everybody know where they can find that and who the sandwich game of the week is?
Yeah, Kelly, that 16-9 record that you referenced, that's on the bonus edition of Marco's Deli. We've had 5 episodes so far this season. 5 games each week. We've had 4 winning weeks out of 5. Last week was our first losing week. We went 2-3 on the show last week, and we are 16-9 with these plays for the season. And tune in every Thursday. We release it. It's out late on Thursday, and then it is part of the Mega podcast as well, the Mega show here with the Bet On It show. So, if you like what we do here and you want seconds, we give you 1 Deli special here every week on Bet On It. You want 5 more, and I break the games down, tell you the insights of how I'm looking at the games and what the situation is that I'm looking at. It's both educational and profitable. Tune in every week to Marco's Deli. For this week's sandwich game of the week, well, this was a game that last week made the bonus show. We took Wisconsin last week as one of those Deli specials. Now, it wasn't pretty, but it got there. They were plus 17 against Michigan, and they lost by 14. And the reason we were on Wisconsin in that game is because Michigan was in a big sandwich spot last week. Well, this week, it's Wisconsin who's in that sandwich spot, and it's a big one. If you look at Wisconsin, they're coming off playing Michigan last week. And guess what? Take a look at next week, who they play. Yeah, that's right. They've got the number 1 team in the country coming to their house. Ohio State will be coming to town next week. Iowa has had 2 weeks to prepare for them. Now, that gives them a huge edge in this matchup. Offensively, these 2 teams are basically even. They put up about the same type of numbers. But where the difference is in between these 2 teams is the defense. Iowa has the upper hand. They're allowing just 4.5 yards per play defensively. Given the superior defense, given the extra prep time, given the bad scheduling spot that we have Wisconsin in, there's only one way for me to go in this game, and I'm going to go ahead and lay it with Iowa. Lay the 3.5 in this one. I've got Iowa winning 23-13. Yeah, it'll be one of those classic Iowa games. There's not going to be a lot of points scored in it, but I like the Iowa Hawkeyes to prevail on Saturday against Wisconsin as the sandwich game of the week.
All right, it is time for best bets. VR, you're going to be up first here.
Yeah.
This one's no surprise. I think this trio is going to be all over Texas, even though I need them to lose a couple more games for my season win total to go under the total.
So far, so good in season on Bet On It, 14-4 in college football. And I'm going to fade the sharp money that's come in on Oklahoma. The only thing I don't like is the talk about the quarterback material not being a game time decision. He's going to go. But I don't like that negative on Oklahoma. I wish everything was positive on the Oklahoma side, because here's the bottom line. Forget the handicap, forget the X's and O's. This is a simple case of an overreaction to a small sample size. And let me explain. Prior to the season starting, Oklahoma was nowhere near the top 10. Texas was third power rating wise, top 5 for sure amongst all sharp power ratings. Many had them top 3, top 1 or 2 for some. Okay. We saw them lose to Ohio State the first week. No surprise. Ohio State's the best team in the country. They were before the season started. They were going into this week. All right. They lost that by, a touchdown. Since then, the stock on Texas continues to drop and the stock on Oklahoma is going up. But here's the bottom line. There's nowhere that Oklahoma is better, meaning like efficiency wise. Offense, you look at Texas, they're top 15. Oklahoma barely in the top 30. Defense, Texas top 5, Oklahoma top 10. You look at power rating wise, I get it. Both Texas and Penn State have been dropped from the rankings, but I'm telling you right now, there are only, let me see, maybe 5 or 6 teams that should be favored over Texas on a neutral field. That's correct. On a neutral field, only 5 or 6 teams should be favored over Texas. That doesn't mean that the books wouldn't make a team favored over Texas, because the book's job is to balance risk. But what would happen if that is the case? You would see wise guys lining up and taking Texas because their power ratings reflect mine. And mine show right now that Texas is still a top 10 team in the country. Oklahoma's barely a top 20 team in the country. And that's going to play itself out with strength of schedule, because up until now, Texas has played the 10th toughest schedule in all of college football. Oklahoma's played the 58th toughest schedule in all of college football. Well, coming up for them over the rest of the season, top 5. So we'll see what Oklahoma's made of over the next couple weeks. With all that said, this is simply a power rating bet where I think that the market's so overreacted on Texas's short-term results. And like, what did they do? They haven't been getting blown out or anything like that. Again, getting Texas at a pick 'em at home -1 is a gift. They should be at least a 3-point favorite in this spot at minimum. Give me the Texas Longhorns. Fade the wise guys. I love Texas on Saturday, dude.
All right, Marco D'Angelo, before we get into your best bet, can you please let everybody know what is going on over at WagerTalk.com? We have a new special up called the Weekend Warrior.
Yeah, well, that's been up for a few weeks, Kelly, and it's been a very successful, very popular. You can pick your favorite handicapper at WagerTalk. $49. You'll get all of their plays Saturday, Sunday in football. And if your handicapper has a play on the Monday night football game, and there's 2 of them this week, so good chance your capper will have a play, you'll get that as a free bonus on Monday. Now, if you want to jump on board and get all the plays for a 7-day period, we also have a $77 package going at WagerTalk as well. And with baseball playoffs in full swing, few games left in the WNBA playoffs, and we had hockey begin on Tuesday night. Next week, you got basketball. The NBA starts. Great time to grab those all-access packages so you never miss a play from your favorite handicapper. Kelly, we're going to go with the same playbook I ran last week. Our best bet last week came home. We laid some chalk with Texas A&M, but it was one of those scenarios where I absolutely loved the setup going into the game. And I've got a carbon copy of it this week. We're going to take a look at James Madison. I love what people are going to do with this game because they're going to look at what they just saw last and overreact to it. Last week, Louisiana, James Madison's opponent this week, was in a shootout with Marshall. They won in double overtime, 54-51. While James Madison was playing a 14-7 snooze fest victory over Georgia State. They were a 20-point favorite in that game. The knee-jerk reaction for the betting public is going to be, I got one team that scored 54 points. I got another team that only scored 14 last week, and they're laying 18 this week. Yeah, where do I sign up? I can't get enough of the dog. Not so fast, my friends, as Lee Corso would say. I love taking a good team, and let me tell you, James Madison is a very good team for this conference. I love taking those teams when they come off a scare like they had last week. You also have the situation because of that scare, you know that team's going to come to play and they're going to be focused. You also are going to get the benefit of some line value because the market's going to overreact to what they saw last week. And the fact that Louisiana scored 54 points last week, that was against Marshall. Take a look at Marshall's defensive stats. They're putrid, okay? They're going to be going against James Madison, who has an elite defense. James Madison has only allowed one team in 5 games to score over 13 points. That one team was Louisville. That was a team from a Power 5 conference, the ACC, and they held them to 28 points, where Louisville generally scores more than that. This is a horrible Louisiana defense, especially against the run. They allow 222 yards per game against the ground, on the ground. Why do I bring that up? Especially in a game where you're laying 18 points. What do I care about the ground game? That's important when you're laying a big number. James Madison averages 243 yards per game on the ground. So what that means is when James Madison builds a big lead in the second half and you get to that fourth quarter and you have so many times teams just want to try to milk the clock and get out of there, they're going to be doing what they do best. So not only are they shortening the game when they have a big lead, they're protecting the lead. They can add to the lead because they do what they do best. Whereas so often you have a passing team that suddenly tries to run the football in the fourth quarter to protect the lead, and that's just disaster. That's how you get backdoored. That doesn't happen with a good running team. Go ahead and lay the points. This one is going to be blowout city. I've got James Madison winning 41-13 is my college best bet for Bet On It.
Woo! I went back and forth on my best bet for this week, and Barking Dog. There's like 6 underdogs I like to win outright, but this team, they owe us after last week, and you guys know exactly where I'm going. We're going to take the points here with Maryland. I cannot believe I'm standing by the hotel pool with a bunch of kids wanting to watch the Yankees. Maryland's up 20. Change the channel, Kelly. Change the channel. They're up 20. The game's over. Well, guess what? The game was not over. You're going to think Maryland might want that one back. 24 unanswered by Washington. And here we are, backing them again as an underdog at home. Speaking of Washington, Malik Washington, quarterback for Maryland, has been absolutely electric, completing almost 70% of his passes. And that is why I like this team. This offense is running on all cylinders. Now, if the defense can come up with a couple of turnovers, I believe they can beat the Cornhuskers here. Mainly because Nebraska hasn't won anything on the road. Just one of their last 7 road games. What do we expect from the Cornhuskers? They're going to run the ball. They're going to try to eat up the clock. And we know they're going to play smash mouth defense. So great passing defense versus great passing offense. 2 worlds collide. And I expect this to be a lower scoring game, making points at a premium. Speaking of defense, Maryland's defense is getting no credit at all, but they're only giving up 12.5 points per game on the season. So yes, last week was kind of an anomaly, and we're going to give the Terps a second chance. Don't forget to sprinkle a little bit on that money line because Maryland will make my parlay for this week. All right, guys, that's it for the college edition of Bet On It. Let's get that recap graphic up for all of you guys that have requested it. We brought you back the music. We brought you back the recap graphic. All we're asking is a little bit of love from you while it's in the comments, whether it's on that like button or hitting subscribe. Thank you to VR. Thank you to Marco. Of course, if you're looking for that NFL edition of Bet On It, you can find it right here. And if you're looking for everything we do here on the show, NFL, college football, and those special segments right here on the Mega Show.
Welcome to Wager Talk today, the gold standard of sports betting shows where we talk the talk and we walk the walk. It is Football Friday, wall-to-wall football coverage here. We got NFL, we got college football. Gianni gets us started with the Steam Report. Teddy's going to break down Seahawks and Jaguars. Then we're going to talk the big game, Oklahoma, Texas, and another round of Sell Me where the streak continued. The game, Teddy and I got assigned. Teddy got the winner once again. We're going to see if we can continue this streak going. Marco is going to break down his Steelers versus the Browns. He's also going to break down my Hoosiers versus the Orland Ducks and give us a sauce of the week. Coming off a great sauce of the week segment. I mean, plain sauce for James Franklin was just fantastic. And then Dan and I wrap it up with our Survivor segment. And I'll go over the mega picks, pick six contest here. I went 4-1 last week. I'm only 3 points out of first place, so we're doing well. Weekend starts here. Let's make it a big one. Bringing in Gianni. Gianni, you were saying just before we got started, there's a lot of games that you like. A lot of them are dogs. I kind of feel like week 6 is a pretty good spot to start taking some dogs here. Public's all over a few of them. So let's start in NFL. What are you seeing today?
Yeah, I'm loving this week's NFL and college board, man. I mean, just some of these games are just jumping off. I'm a little surprised. You're right. It is that time of the year where a lot of conclusions have been drawn about who's good, who's not, and a lot of the biases have to be shaded, and we're seeing that. But it's hard to fade some of these teams. Like, for example, look at Arizona and what's it called?
Colts?
Indianapolis. Like, the look ahead on the Colts was -3.5, 4. They open at 5.5, 6. That gets hit by wise guys. Goes to 7. That gets hit 7.5. Bettors keep betting it. We're starting to see 8 pop up. Like, at one point, does the dog actually start to offer value on some of these games? Like, you even see the Rams in Baltimore, a 6.5, now sitting at 7.5. We talk about these key numbers, how important they are. And yet, when you're getting such one-sided action, they're buzzing right through these. Even look at New England. I was talking about New England, 3.5-point road favorites in New Orleans, with 3 being, such a key number. I just see a lot of that, a lot of inflated favorites, I think, this week. But it doesn't mean they're not going to cash. It doesn't mean they're not going to win and cover the spread. That's the difference between placing a good bet and losing a good bet. What I mean is, just because a bet wins doesn't make it a good bet. And if you get into the habit of overpaying long term, that's going to cost you money. Like, that's not a recipe for success, to continue to overpay. Now, those bettors that got down early, the guys that have that have Indianapolis -6.5 in their pocket, even 7, guys that have the Rams at 6.5 in their pocket, they're good bets. I'm not arguing those. They did their job. But now, waiting until Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and laying 7.5s and 8s, I just think that's, playing with fire, especially in the NFL, where we just saw last night, a touchdown favorite go down on the money line. And we see it week in and week out. We talk about it like it's a cliche any given Sunday, but it really is true in the NFL. And I think too many recreational NFL bettors get comfortable with, all I have to do is pick the winner. If I pick the winner, I'm going to cash my ticket. And that's just not the case. And they wait until late in the week. They wait until Sunday mostly to place a lot of their NFL bets. And again, I just don't think that's a good recipe. So if you're going to get down on some of these popular favorites, I think you got to be willing to fire early. And I know a lot aren't playing with credit shops, so they got to tie up their money. But it's better than waiting until late in the week and taking bad numbers.
Counter argument. I understand, like, okay, this line is -5, and now it's -7.5. No way you can lay down that number. But what if -5 was with Kyler Murray and -7.5 was with Jacoby Brissett? I watched it with the Ravens. I was all over the Texans last week, and I've been told by multiple people, well, you laying the worst of the number, 41-10 or whatever that game ended up. The downgrade from some of these quarterbacks is just, I don't know if the books and us as bettors are putting too much into it. I don't know. That's my opinion. If
it's warranted in those spots, like obviously an injury, the adjustment is warranted, not even if it's a key quarterback, if they're cluster injuries or situations like that, I agree. And the market's going to reflect that. But in some of the matchups where that's not the case, and you're just looking at the adjustment off the look ahead based on last weekend's result, I think those are the ones you attack and take advantage of. Those games where it's based on that recency bias of what happened last week, as opposed to, again, you're talking about injuries, and the market does usually overreact to those injuries. But if you get down early, I mean, a lot of times you're getting out ahead of it and you're getting the best of it. And like you said, if you're cashing tickets, that's what ultimately matters. But I just think waiting till Sunday to bet some of these big favorites where it's just inflated because of what happened last, I just don't think that's like a good approach. It's different, like I said, if you're seeing injuries or weather, things like that to take advantage of, and you're getting out ahead, that's a different story. But just some of these favorites, they just keep juicing them up, like the Eagles yesterday.
Well, that was a recipe for disaster. Even Dan, our Eagles fan, told you he was taking the Giants. So, what are some other dogs that you're liking I know you'd mentioned a couple. What are some other dogs that have your attention?
I took Carolina over Dallas, gave them out to my subscribers at 3.5. I just thought Dallas had no business being over a field goal favorite on the road at Carolina. Carolina's played a lot better than the narrative of, coming into the season, you didn't expect Carolina to do much. But the fact is they're just one game below 500 right now, and they're actually above 500 ATS. And coming off a nice win against Miami, they've covered 3 of their last 4. And Dallas is coming off back-to-back big games. Like they tied against Green Bay, ended up going into the Jets, winning that game the way they did, now traveling again to Carolina. I just thought it was a bad spot for Dallas that has a divisional game on deck with Washington. That stuck out to me. I touched on New Orleans. I like the Saints. Haven't bet them yet. I got a feeling that line's going to climb with the Patriots. They're coming off back-to-back wins. A big divisional win against a divisional rival in Buffalo. And now going out of conference to Tennessee. I don't think that's a very good spot for them. And New Orleans coming off their first win at home. I think it's a decent spot for the Saints. And who else stuck out? Then Monday Night Football, I talked about it on Bet On It. That was the TV game they gave me to break down. And Atlanta, I thought the line's a little bit too high, a little bit inflated on the Buffalo side. And more importantly for Atlanta, this is huge. It's hard to quantify. It's not like you could put a value on it. But this is a team that hasn't had a Monday Night Football game in a couple of years. This is going to be a strong home field advantage on Monday night. Hostile environment for Buffalo that's coming off a heartbreaking loss to New England. I think Atlanta's catching them at the right spot. And Atlanta's one of those teams that can be dangerous at home. If you see their splits, they've played a lot better there, at least of late. So I like Atlanta a little bit on Monday Night Football. But to me, it's just a lot of dogs have been jumping off the Week 6 board.
What are you seeing in college football for this week?
All right, college football. If you watch Bet On It, I'm on an island. But I'll continue to say Texas is undervalued. Texas is undervalued. Penn State is undervalued. Notre Dame is undervalued. Those are all teams, power rating wise, that are top 10 in college football, but based on the record, they're not. Again, Texas has been downgraded so quickly, and they've had one of the toughest strengths of schedules early on. I just don't see anywhere that Oklahoma is better than them. Again, you look at the more advanced metrics and look at the efficiency offensively, defensively. I give the advantages to Texas. And it's funny. I'm like, they're playing. I got so much instead of listening to any analysis or pick. It was like, oh, he said it's a home game. Well, they're playing in Dallas. It's closer to Texas. Let's just say, I get it. It's not their home field, and they play in a neutral field every single year. But again, the college football home field advantage isn't all that strong anyway. So it's not the reasoning behind it. But I just think that the downgrade on Texas has been too quick. And again, Oklahoma is barely a top 30 team. They just had an easy strength of schedule. So regardless of outcome, I think getting them at a pick 'em at -1 is a gift. They should be at least a 3.5, 4-point favorite in this game. They stuck out to me. I like Oklahoma State. I know Oklahoma State catching a bunch of points. They're my big dog this week. I don't think they should be 2 touchdown underdogs in this spot. Very difficult place to play. I get it. They haven't had a great team on the field, but they show up for them. Oklahoma State is one of the toughest venues to play in college football. Catching 2.5 touchdowns, I like it. Oregon, Indiana, I like the under there. 2 very good defenses. The narrative is offensively, especially the Oregon side, able to put up points. But I think, if I remember correctly, only once have either of these teams allowed more than 14 points to an opponent. I think it's going to be a lot more of a chess match than a wide open game. Let me see what else sticks out a little. I can give you a couple sharp sides. Michigan +3 caught some steam. Missouri over Alabama at +3.5. I'm high on Alabama, actually. So that goes against my opinion. I thought Alabama was one of those teams I talked about that I thought was undervalued immediately. Once you get a loss, that's kind of what happens in college football. So the wise guys are against me there. Again, they took the Mizzou side, and also they took Illinois against Ohio State. They took Illinois all the way down to +14.5. So a lot of groups bet it down from 16.5, 17, all the way down to where it sits now, 14.5. So a lot of love on Illinois. But I think I've released already 3 or 4 college football bets. The rest will be coming in tonight and tomorrow morning. Again, haven't had a losing week yet in college football. I believe that's going to continue. We have a really good card. I know everybody was saying, when's the 5% coming in college football? I even got we're doing something jumps out that warrants it, I will upgrade. But we're just doing fine with the 4s. There's a 5 in the NFL this week, 5 in UFC. Hopefully we come back with another winner in the UFC like last week. And a lot going on the next couple of days, man. And don't forget, baseball, 2 game 5s, 1 tonight, 1 tomorrow. Tonight's good 2-way action, Andy. So far, tomorrow it's all Milwaukee. I'm biased. I have Milwaukee to win that series. I had a 4% with my subscribers. So my decision is going to be whether I, hedge a little of that. But tonight's game, good 2-way action. The thing that sticks out the most is the over. No matter what side they're betting, they're parlaying it with the over in tonight's game 5.
Yeah, 5.5 is crazy. Over under a 5.5. That was my first thought. Is I was like, don't you have to take the over, like just on sheer principle? And then I see 6s, and I'm thinking, well, why would you take 5.5? Just take 6. If it's 3-2, you lose both. But if it's 3-3, I don't know. You're gonna because you go to extra innings. I don't know. I just seemed incredibly low. But then you look at the pitchers, and yeah, we got people in the chat, say, hey, Skubal could go 8 innings, pitching 1-run ball or 2, something like that. I don't know. I'm not a baseball totals guy, but 5.5 seemed insanely low. But then, as you always say,
WNBA, they're betting the over in WNBA too, blindly. I'm telling you, every bet on that WNBA game is on the over. Sharps went under last game. They steamed it. Like 2-3 different groups steamed that under. It flew over. And I'll be interested to see. Watch your odds logic screen. See if they come back and steam the under again tonight. But the public's just blindly betting that one over.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Gianni, what do you have up for everyone at WagerTalk?
All right. I got my UFC package up for tomorrow. It's an early start. Don't forget, I have a 5% in there coming off a 5% winner. last week. I had my college football pass up as well. It'll be loaded with 4% on the daily pass. Subscribers, you get the 3% as well. Any upgrade will be added. And of course, Sunday NFL with a 5%. Haven't fired a 5% in a while in the NFL, but it's warranted this week. So big weekend ahead. Steam Room is Sunday, hour leading up to kickoff. Best of luck this weekend to everyone, man. Do some damage. I'll be back with last call tomorrow morning.
Oh, you'll be last call. Do you have a Steam report this week at all, by the way?
Yeah,
Johnny?
Sunday, right before hour before kickoff.
Okay. I believe WagerTalk YouTube insiders are invited. That Gianni subscribers are there. So Steam Room, and you're going to be on WagerTalk last call tomorrow. So you got plenty of Gianni content over the next couple of days. Gianni the Greek, thank you so much for jumping on board. If you guys could, please hit the like button. And yeah, we mentioned the insiders, WT.buzz/insiders. It's only $2.99 per month. You get a $5 coupon to start the month. So already you're ahead, and then you get special invites to things like Yanni's Steam Room, other content. So WT.buzz/insiders. I see we got some members in there today. Luke Be Like, what's up? EJG, what's up? Sean Burley, what's up? Renisha Brow, what's up? Jerry Parker, and G Good. Happy Friday to all of you. Let's say happy Friday to Teddy Covers. Let's bring him in. We got some big games to talk about. We got some, we're going to do sell me here. But Teddy, let's just jump into the Seahawks and the Jaguars. I want your take because I have this pick in my Pick 5 contest. I'm not going to tell you what side I'm on, but I'm interested to see if you see this game the same way I do. Seahawks, Jags, basically a straight pick. We got over under 47.5. Happy Friday to you, Teddy.
Well, happy Friday, Andy. And let's look at the Odds Logic live odds screen right now to get the current number. And again, you talked about if you shop around, I'm seeing some places Seattle's -1, some places Jacksonville's -1. So there is some line variance on this. Pick them the appropriate price here on the show, 47.5. The total pretty much across the board. It is juiced a little bit to the under, despite the fact that both these teams flew over the total last week. Seattle's 3-2 straight up and against the spread. Both losses, Seattle was very live to win. The fluky inning against San Fran in week 1, Sam Darnold had a sack fumble. They got to the 49ers 9-yard line in the closing. Probably was less than a minute ago, I think. That cost them that game. And then Darnold's interception inside 2 minutes last week against Tampa cost them a second game. That being said, this team's basically 2 plays away from being 5-0 and being priced in a very, very different range than they are right now. Seahawks do have some injury concerns. You know, at the end of last week, they were missing 4 starters on the defensive side of the football. Don't know if Reek Woolen's going to play. Don't know if Devin Witherspoon is going to play this week. And those are impact injuries against Trevor Lawrence and the passing game. The Jags haven't exactly faced, and of course, Seattle's off a loss here. Well, Jacksonville's off a win, which is something that is definitely worth noting. The Jags 4-1 off of 3 straight wins. Their only loss this year, you want to talk about a fluky loss, came when Travis Hunter was called on a phantom pass interference call on 4th down in Cincinnati. And otherwise, we talk about the Jags as a 5-0 team right now. They probably should have won that game too. But yes, they beat Patrick Mahomes on Monday Night Football, in large part thanks to a 99-yard interception return touchdown. But prior to that, Bryce Young and the Panthers, Jake Browning in the second half of the Bengals game. They got C.J. Stroud when Stroud was struggling. You know, they got an injured Brock Purdy, I should say. It was banged up 49ers. And then last week, they had a 99-yard pick 6, which changes any game when that happens. And Mahomes picked them apart last week. His best pass rating of the season, 78 QBR, 318 yards in that ball game. Meanwhile, Trevor Lawrence averaging well below his career numbers in yards per pass attempt. There hasn't been a whole lot of explosiveness from this Jags offense, with the exception of Travis Etienne, who I don't trust to do that consistently. What have the Jags been doing? They've been winning the turnover battle. They've won the turnover battle 4 times in 5 games, 3+ turnovers 4 of those 5 games. And the one that they didn't against KC, again, a 99-yard interception return touchdown. So to say that they've had a significant advantage turnover-wise is very real. And maybe Darnold turned the ball over here. That is a possibility. But the stats that matter, Seattle, yards per play on offense, number 3 in the NFL, 6.3 yards per play. Jacksonville, number 16 at 5.4. So the Seahawks nearly a full yard per play better on offense. On defense, Seattle, number 9, 5.0 yards per play allowed. Jacksonville, number 21, 5.6 yards per play allowed. Advantage Seattle in both of those by a half a yard in one and a full yard in the other. That's a pretty big edge when you talk about per play basis. So I think the Seahawks might well be the better of these two teams. I don't love the West Coast team traveling east for the early start game, but if I'm playing this one, I don't believe in Jacksonville. It's Seattle or pass for this bet.
I picked Seattle in the pick 6. I agreed with everything that you just said. I thought this line kind of didn't make a whole lot of sense, and it felt like the books wanted to bait everybody into taking Jacksonville off of a national TV win in spectacular fashion. I agree completely. I have Seattle as one of my picks this week, so glad we are on the same side. Let's move to polarizing game of the week here, Teddy. Oklahoma versus Texas. We just heard Gianni say he thinks Texas is way undervalued, but looks like Oklahoma's going to have their quarterback, Mateer, upgraded to probable. So let's take a look at this game. How do you break down Oklahoma and Texas?
I have nothing but respect for Gianni. Okay, nothing but respect for that guy, and he works as hard as anyone in the business. And he's got his pulse, his finger on the pulse of what's going on in the pro betting community, like very few people do. That being said, I couldn't disagree with him more about his assessment of the Texas Longhorns. Gianni's talking about powering numbers, and powering numbers still have Texas ranked really high, ranked higher than Oklahoma. That's why they're the favorites at the get-go from the opener this week. We talk about power ratings as an assessment of how good a team is talent-wise. It also gives us an assessment of how well a team is playing. And the only thing Texas has done this season, you look at preseason expectations, they're supposed to be good. They were, going into Ohio State as a team that you're supposed to win in Columbus. And obviously they didn't do that. Last week at Florida, they didn't do that either. In between, not a lot to be excited about. But from a strength of schedule standpoint, both these teams have had 2 step-up games. Oklahoma's beat Michigan and they beat Auburn. Texas lost to Ohio State and Florida. Maybe Ohio State and Florida are better than Michigan and Auburn. But those 2 teams have had 2 step-up games, and Oklahoma succeeded both times. Texas failed both times. Oklahoma's had them both at home. Texas had them both away from home. So maybe you say there's nothing in that. I think there is something there. And certainly when it comes to a confidence level, there's something to be said for what the Sooners have been doing. We talk about a rivalry game. Oklahoma's not going to leave anything on the table here. They're not going to hold anything back against Texas and vice versa. But here we are in October. I don't want to hear what any team's preseason power rating was. I don't care what their preseason power rating was. I don't care how much talent they have on the roster. It has to how good they're playing, how much they've been able to execute their game plan. Texas could have all the talent in the world, but as a football team, they're not the better of these 2 teams right now. And this point spread's telling us that. And obviously, Mateer back. He's been upgraded to probable for the Oklahoma Sooners. And Mateer matters. There are times I want to play contrarian and take a team like Texas. I get it. No, not this one. And again, last year, Texas was minus 17. They won 34-3. Markets are saying these teams are 3 touchdowns different than a year ago. Texas was minus 9 in 2022 and won 49-0. In between, Oklahoma, the game-winning touchdown with 15 seconds left in the fourth quarter, 34-30 in 2023. Texas was minus 4 in that ball game. This is the best Sooners team of the last 5 years. This is not the best Texas team of the last 5 years. I think Oklahoma gets a revenge. And if I'm playing, it's Oklahoma, not Texas. I understand why Texas is power rated where they are. I just don't think, in a big game, I don't want my money on Arch Manning, plain and simple.
I agree with you, but I'm not the guy to go to. I trust smarter people like you for college football. So we're going to do Sell Me, but tell everyone what you have up. We got Weekend Warrior. It's a big weekend of football. I know you've been running pretty good in football, so tell us about that.
Yeah, the college football has been outstanding, 10-3 over the last 2.5 weeks. Or actually, I think it's 3 weeks now. I got to update that. But college football is on a 77% run. All football is on a 65% run. All sports on a 64% run. The baseball has been pretty darn good as well. Right now, we just have a single play up for Friday night. It's been a hectic morning. We'll have a big card posted as the day progresses today on Friday. But you talk about that Weekend Warrior package, $49. It's a deal. It doesn't get you tonight's play, but it'll get you Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Every play in every sport. Again, WT.buzz/TC to get on board.
All right, Teddy, it's time for Sell Me. It's a very simple segment here. Dan picks a game out of the blue, and he gives me a team, and he gives Teddy a team, and we have to, on the spot, make the case for those teams. Somehow, Teddy, you are undefeated. I don't know how that worked out.
Dan, thank you, Dan. Keep it up.
I don't know. Whenever you guys hear this sell me segment, we should be hearing bells tolling because the Undertaker streak of Teddy covers has continued here. 5-0, which means Teddy and I together somehow are 5-0. And guys, last week we talked, I believe it was the Giants and the Saints. And I toyed around with, do we go back to the well and have to talk about the Saints again this week? But then I looked at the board and saw this marquee matchup. I mean, everyone is going to be watching this game. Everybody has a take on this game. It's Lions versus the Chiefs. So, guys, for selling me this side, if I'm trying to keep my streak alive, I would like Teddy to break down the Detroit Lions side of this equation. So you might know which side that maybe I'm leaning towards. I think we're looking at +2 is what we're kind of seeing here in the marketplace. So that's what we'll grade this one at. Teddy's taken the 2 with the Detroit Lions. Andy is laying the 2 with the Kansas City Chiefs. Andy, sell me this NFL side.
All right, so you're going to give me Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid at home, primetime against the Lions team that struggles on natural grass. Yeah, absolutely. I will take that every day of the week. The Lions, as Marco's coming up would say, little fat and sassy. They beat Cincinnati, Cleveland, Baltimore's worst defense in Chicago. So what happened when they went on the road in week 1 against a good team, Dan? They lost 27-13 to the Packers. Now they're going on the road against the Chiefs. Listen, the Chiefs, that was a game they were supposed to win. Now they're staring at 2-4 in the face if they lose this game. It's not going to happen. They're getting healthier. So many things had to go wrong for them last week. That was their absolutely bizarre game of the year. Prime time, Jared Goff, Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra, they're slower on natural grass. They are walking into the, no pun intended, Lions den here with a Chiefs team that needs a win. This is going in at Kansas City. This is not going on the road to Cincinnati like they did last week, the Detroit Lions. Give me the Chiefs. They win by margin up and over this. Teddy pulled out alt lines on me a few weeks ago. Allow me to say they win by a touchdown here on the alt line.
Wow, calling out the alt line there. I'm just glad that he mentioned natural grass in the handicap instead of what the car smells like, so Marco can leave his Febreze away for this one. But if Marco has sod at his house, Andy, you're screwed. All right, we heard the breakdown. Slower on natural grass, Teddy. Do you agree? Sell me the side of one of the hottest teams in the league, the Detroit Football Lions.
So when I'm grasping at straws to try to make a case for a team, I'm always like, oh, they're changing surface, you know? The Lions can win on grass. The Lions can win on turf. The Lions can win on hybrid. The Lions can win on any surface. I'm not going to make a bet against the Detroit Lions because they're on natural grass this week. And the entire week one was 1,000 years ago. You know, we talk about, oh, the Lions didn't play well in week 1. Okay, they didn't play their starters in preseason. You know, lots of teams have iffy week 1s. I'm not worried at all about the fact that Detroit did not play well in the opener against Green Bay. They're clicking right now. And what have we seen from this Lions team once they start clicking? We saw it all last year. We saw it all the year before. When this team gets on a roll, you back Detroit and you just ride them week after week. They're not a letdown team. They're a bite your kneecaps team. And this whole offseason, and I'm still kicking myself now, I was like, Kansas City has to come back to earth. All right. It's just time. You don't stay at the top of the NFL for a decade. You stay at the top of the NFL 3 years, 4 years, maybe 5 years. In case he's had that 5-year run. They're coming back to earth. You had to pay Mahomes. You had to pay your superstars. The depth isn't there. Why is Kansas City losing this game? Why have they been losing games so far? They're not as good this year as they've been in recent years. Detroit, no need for taking points. Get them on the money line.
Doesn't matter about the grass, says Teddy Covers. So, guys, comment below. Does the Undertaker streak come to an end, or do we move to 6-0? Let us know what you think. Guys, always look forward to this segment. Terrific job by both of you, gentlemen. And we'll see. Does the streak end? Time will...
Yeah, I gotta agree with Fortune. Dan keeps doing Andy dirty. One of these weeks, you gotta give him an easier.
So, to be honest, I was hoping I would have the Chiefs, so he dealt me Detroit. So it is. I thought the argument for the KC is easier than the argument for Detroit this week.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see. I'm actually rooting for you because streaks are awesome. The views definitely go up if we can get this thing to double digits.
Well,
so
in that case,
Teddy,
let me just rip off this jacket and we'll run around. Oh, those other kind of streaks. I got.
Wrong streak. Teddy, one more time. Tell everyone what you have up for this weekend, and thank you for doing Sell Me. This is one of my favorite segments of the week.
WT.buzz/TC. We've been running real good in college football, 10-3 over the last 2.5/3 weeks. The NFL has been solid, 65% football run, 64%, I forget. 64 or 65% of football over the last 3 weeks. The baseball's been really good, 16-5 MLB run. We're in play tonight. Obviously, we'll be in play tomorrow. We'll be in play Sunday. Just posting that card as the day progresses. Check out the page, WT.buzz/TC. And let's partner up. $49 Weekend Warrior package is a great deal, but it's not the only one. But I encourage you, if you're going to get on board, get a package. Don't get a play. And let's partner up and make some money this weekend. Cheers.
Teddy Covers, everyone. Have a great weekend. Teddy, can't wait to see you again next week. We're going to bring on Marco in just a second. Want to tell everyone our NFL Week 6 props pack is still up. We had one play last night. It was Jalen Hurts to score a touchdown. And Dan, what'd they run at the tush push 4 plays in a row, just delighting bettors on the Jalen Hurts every time touchdown.
Even I was sick of the tush push after they ran it 4 times straight, Andy. That was tough to watch.
Until they cash our bet. Then they can stop.
Then it was easy to watch. Yes.
Then it was easy to watch. Yes. So we've got more props that are going to be up for Sunday and Monday. That puts us on a 6-2 run. And that now puts us 7-1 in primetime games on props. I still don't know why we're so good in primetime games on props, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So you get the props pack. You're going to get all plays on Sunday and Monday, including those primetime games. And our 5% UFC best bet is up, coming off a 4% win on Tuesday in Contender Series, 5% win on Saturday, and love this card. Weigh-ins, we got through free. One guy missed 8 pounds. Thank God it wasn't one of our fighters, but we should be looking good for a big Saturday card. All right, let's bring on Marco. Marco, were you as disgusted with my my Chiefs breakdown as you were my Giants breakdown, or was that a little better?
Oh, that was much better. And I am definitely rooting for you this week, Andy, and only for one reason, because I don't want to have to look at that graphic of Teddy again there, just if the streak continues. All right, so you got my full backing of rooting for this week, so go for Chiefs.
All right, I'm going to ask you about your aces here in a bit, but I want to talk to you about your Steelers first. If you were drawing up a start of the season to your Steelers, could you have designed this much better? Bengals lose Burrow. Obviously, you're not rooting for injuries, but, the Ravens are free-falling. Bengals don't. But the Browns are the Browns. So it's a 5.5-point game. This is a huge, huge weekend. Your team wins, and Baltimore and Cincy loses. You guys have a stranglehold on that division. We got a low total here at 38. So what's your breakdown on your Pittsburgh Steelers versus Cleveland Browns?
Well, let me just sum up the AFC North for you in one statement. The Pittsburgh Steelers had a bye week last week. We gained a half a game on the entire division. Okay?
So bad.
All right.
Bad.
And if that's not enough, the Cincinnati Bengals were driving down the highway, and they were, I don't know why they were going through Cleveland, but they saw Joe Flacco out on the curb. Like sometimes when it's big trash day, people put chairs and stuff out, free, or the garbage guy comes and takes it. Well, they said, "Oh, look, there's a Joe Flacco. We need one of those." And
we can put a frame on him and hang him on the wall.
And they take it. And here's the thing. there's the unwritten rule. If you trade a player, you never trade him within your own division. You don't want to help out a teammate, okay, or a fellow, rival. Well, the Browns thought so little of Joe Flacco that they traded him to a rival. And yet the Bengals, I don't know what they're thinking. They thought enough of Joe Flacco to think they won that trade. God bless America that we live in. This is just great. But as far as this game goes, I'm on Cleveland. And I will put the first thing out there. As far as the scheduling dynamics go for this game, it's a bad spot for Cleveland when you look at rest, and a lot of handicappers love to, do that, which team has got the rest advantage and so forth. And the Steelers have a huge one here. They're coming off a bye week. Generally, these bye weeks, what I say about them is if you go into the bye week doing well, it's a momentum stopper. If you go in and things aren't working well, that, you're going to fix what's wrong. The Steelers went in with 2 wins, and they finally feel good about themselves. And then again, with what happened last week with the rest of the division. So I think it is a momentum stopper for the Steelers. Cleveland, unfortunately, has to travel back from London. I don't know why they didn't get their bye week. Generally, the NFL gives the team that plays overseas the bye week, but they got to come back, not only play, but they got to play a division rival. Here's the bottom line. The Steelers are not as good as a first-place record might indicate. They've been very fortunate in the games. I've been involved in 3 Steeler games. Twice I went against them. Once I went with them, and we're 3-0. I'm going to keep that streak going and make it 4-0. I'm going against them here. I'm taking the Browns plus the points. I always tell you, if you can give me the better defense getting points, and especially in a division matchup, I'm going to go that route. And the Steelers have always been known for their defense. Their defense is not good this year. That has been the big Achilles heel in the offensive line. Aaron Rodgers, he's not setting the world on fire. And some of the big pass plays that he's had, he's put the ball up there. His receivers just gone up and got it for him, bailed him out. Myles Garrett is going to introduce Aaron Rodgers to the AFC North. And generally, when he does introduce somebody, it's that guy's on his back looking up at him and say, "Hi, I'm Myles Garrett." And that's what's going to happen this week. Give me the points with Cleveland. And in a perfect world, if you want to really make me happy, make it the Steelers 21-20. I could live with that, but I'm actually calling for Cleveland outright 20-17.
Wow, calling for the upset. I like it, Marco. We were talking before the show, like this feels like a week of a lot of dogs coming through and covering some of these spreads and maybe getting some outright. So Marco, Steelers fan, is on the Browns. All right, let's move to my team, Indiana Hoosiers, going on the road against Oregon. It's a huge game, obviously, for both teams. Oregon gets their big win on the road out of their way against Penn State. Margo, they get by Indiana. It is smooth sailing. They do not have a whole lot of trip-up games unless they really blow one if they get past this Hoosiers team. I love the Hoosiers team. They're fun, but listen, I have to be realistic here. At home against Old Dominion, Kennesaw State, Indiana State, Illinois, 53 points per game. On the road against Iowa, 20. Yeah, little cause for concern, but I wonder if they didn't run their best offense because they knew this was coming. We got Oregon -7, 7.5s are out there. Over-under sitting at 53.5. What do you like in this game?
Well, Andy, let's start. Both teams are 5-0, and you alluded to the fact that Oregon went on the road, got that big signature win at Penn State, and there's no question about it. And I drank the Kool-Aid. I was on Penn State in that game. But now, after what we saw happen last week to Penn State, did that win lose a little bit of its luster now that Penn State went on the road and lost as a 24.5-point favorite to UCLA, who couldn't get out of their own way, fired their coach after 3 games? So I am not as sold on Oregon as the public might be. And if you've watched the line movement on this game throughout the week, the money's only coming one way. And when you're betting early in the week and you keep seeing a dog drop, I really keep looking at that. When everything says Oregon, for all the obvious reasons that you stated, and they struggled in that one key road game they had. But let's not forget, the one thing that when Iowa plays a football game that you can count on is the defense is always going to show up for Iowa. The offense can be missing in action. too often for the Iowa Hawkeyes, but the defense is always there. And as you said, they might not have ran the best plays out of that playbook with this game on the horizon. Both teams has 2 weeks to prepare for it. This line, I'm seeing sevens popping up now. It was 7.5. The opener I think was 9 or 9.5. The public doesn't bet dogs, especially early in the week. That's sharp money, and I agree with it. I'm going to go with Indiana in this one. The calling card for Indiana has always been with Cignetti's teams, is they've got that fantastic offense. But if you look at the numbers, their defense is playing just as well. Now, granted, they haven't played a tough schedule, but the defense has lived up to the task so far. I think this is going to be their statement game. I'm taking Indiana plus the points. I think this one's going to go right down to the final possession. And let's go ahead and take that touchdown with Indiana. And I'm going to call it 30-28. Late field goal by Indiana just sends chaos into the college football world.
Hoosiers. I like it, Marco. We're going to do wing sauce of the week. Tell everyone what you have up for clients and everyone at WagerTalk.
Well, this is one of those weekends. I've got several plays I like a lot, and we're putting the card together. Will we have a 5%? Probably. Definitely have a couple 4% to go with that. Both Saturday and Sunday strong cards. I have an NFL play I like a ton on Sunday. So best way to go, if you just want the weekend of football, go with the Weekend Warrior. You'll get Saturday and Sunday. You'll get everything we have in football. If I have a Monday night play, and there's 2 games this week, so very good possibility of that. We did have a Monday night play last week. We were on Jacksonville, and I loved that ending. You'll get that play free. But if you want everything, we've got the 7-day package going. You can pick up 7 days for $77. And this is the best time to be on an all access. Every sport is running right now but one. And come Tuesday, the one that's not running, I think Tuesday they start, the NBA gets started next week as well. So if you want all the sports, all the plays, you don't want to miss any of the action, grab a 7-day all access for just $77.
WT.buzz/MD Marco D'Angelo. All right. It's time for the wing sauce of the week. You brought the thunder last week, giving James Franklin playing, which was great. Absolute boomerang. All right. What's your wing sauce of the week, and who are we talking about?
Okay. Well, I'm going to keep with the theme of picking on somebody or a team. And our wing sauce this week is going to be a Caribbean jerk sauce. Why? Because we've got a player and a team that were complete and utter jerks last week. And that player is Amari DiMarcardo. Okay? He gets the award. All right? For, hey, man, we're going. I got a 70-some yard touchdown. I'm running. And why is it so cool for these players to think that it's cool to do the football, just let it drop as I cross the goal line? That's the equivalent of the bat flip in baseball when you hit a home run. Okay. Well, at least when you hit the home run, you pretty much know that ball, where it's going once you hit it. You've done it enough times. How hard is it to know where the frickin' goal line is? And if you have to be reminded about it, didn't this just happen the week before to the Indianapolis Colts? So you get the jerk award and you get a plate of Caribbean jerk wings. But how about Arizona, period? They are the only team that can blow a 21-6 lead against a winless team with a rookie quarterback and have the game-sealing interception to ice the game, intercept it, and then fumble it for a touchdown for the other team. How the hell do you do that? They're Caribbean jerk all the way around, but, condolences to the 3,152 survivor players that did take Arizona last week. I feel sorry for you. Just, I don't know, have some wings and drown your sorrows in Caribbean jerk sauce.
Isn't it amazing that the dropped football before going to the end zone was probably not the craziest play of that game? I think the interception fumble into the end zone was the crazy. It's so bizarre.
What happened to the days of You score a touchdown and you just hand the ball to the referee like you've been there before.
I guess especially if you're someone like DeMercado who like has a chance to shine, and it's like this is my chance to really earn this roster position, and I don't know. It happens every once in a while. I feel like it's always going to be a part of their lives. But maybe there are coaches that are like, if you do this again, or if you do this at all, you're just benched. Like, enough's enough. You're not doing it to our team. I mean, literally, jobs are on the line. Like, these plays can affect playoff seedings, whether a team gets into the playoffs or not. What if Arizona misses the playoffs by like a half a game? You go back to this play and you're like, ugh. So, absolutely wild. All right, Marco, thank you so much. Great job. One more time, what do you have up for everyone this weekend?
Just, I would highly recommend the Weekend Warrior package, or if you want a full 7 days, go for that 7 days for $77 and ride along. We're number 2 in money, won the last 2 years, college and pro football combined. And good luck to everybody this week.
All right, Marco D'Angelo, let's do all around the world, and then we're going to talk Survivor and our mega contest picks here. All right. John Kelly's nice enough to bring up that Dillinger had 0 catches. We hit our other 2, but you're right. Dillinger didn't get anything done, but it's still 2 in 1 day. We missed out on our same game parlay, but the other props came through. The Jalen Hurts touchdown was a client play. I'm going to go to another quarterback here to get us started. Mac Jones over 1.5 passing touchdowns. The worry here is he is banged up, but he's healthier than Brock Purdy. He looks like he's going to get the start. And he's muscled through his starts, and the Bucs have given up 10 passing touchdowns this season. 49ers as a team have thrown for 10. That's third best in the league, and Mac Jones has 6 of them. So I like Mac Jones. I think you're getting plus money. You can find a plus 105 out there. We'll go to baseball here. Mariners and Tigers, George Kirby over 14.5 outs. He got to 15 outs exactly last game against Detroit. That was 6 days ago. Should be rested enough. If he's good again, I expect kind of a similar result. And I know some of you in the chat have said Skubal's probably going to go long. I think Kirby's going to. Both these starting pitchers, if they're pitching good, you're probably going to ride him. He's gone over this total in 83% of games this season. So we'll ride that streak on Kirby going over the outs. And then this was a guy we faded earlier in the season, Ashton Genty. We faded him for clients. Now we're going to over 73.5 rushing. This matchup is tailor-made for him. He's only gone over with this total one time this year, but it was against Chicago where he had 138 yards rushing. Chicago's the second worst rush defense in the league. Well, guess what? Tennessee's third. They're giving up 146 yards rushing. Genty has 82 carries. Second on the team in carries is Geno Smith with 16. He's the bell cow. He's getting all the carries. You give me a guy at 73.5 yards that's getting all the carries against his Titans team. Yes, I'm actually going to take him over the rushing total. All right, Dan, it's time. Survivor and mega contest. You want to start with Survivor here? You want to go over who your picks are? You've navigated the schedule absolutely beautifully so far. Absolutely.
Yes, it's solely because we need to have the I Will Survive, the Andy Lang and Dan Alexander story continue here, Andy. And you make up this graphic for us every week. And to no surprise, 14.5 point favorites. Week 6, I feel like, isn't the time probably to get cute. This is a good spot to use the Packers. I mean, we talked about it. Do you worry a little bit about the changes for the Cincinnati Bengals? It's Joe Flacco. I don't think we can worry about it too much. So for me, it's just this Packers team coming off of a bye. If you watch the Bet On It Mega Show, you can find it on the YouTube channel. Just went live. Insiders had access to it earlier. Teddy's Stock Watch. It's called Stock Watch. Just the tip, whatever you'd like to say. Well, just the tip that Teddy gave us was bet on the Packers. And he said, will I be laying 14.5 with them? Probably not. But if they cover that spread, things only going to go north for this Packers team. And Teddy made a really good case of how the Packers could still be, if not one of the best teams in the NFL, the best team in the NFL. I think that team may reside in Detroit. Time will tell. But this week, Andy, we're taking the Packers. I don't know if I'd be laying 14.5 points. I don't do that too often, Andy, but I think the safest play, you take the Packers. And, if the freak show happens and they get upset, hey, you're going to be kicking yourself. But you'd be kicking yourself if you try and find something on a tough board that's not a 14-point favorite, in my opinion.
So Corbin called me and he was like, hey, I have a bet on the Packers earlier in the week. They traded for Flacco. Should I hedge out of it? And I was like, you're not serious.
That's how I know. That's how I know Corbin is a Brit. The fact that was even a question, you know what I mean?
Here's the thing: he loves Flacco because we keep betting his pass attempts over, and it's
it's all he does.
Of the games.
It's all,
so
he probably will. He probably will cash it again. I mean, for what it's worth, for like prop plays and hopefully getting Jamar Chase, he finally burst back on the scene in garbage time last week. Like, I think the Bengals prop plays now aren't absurdly unbettable like they were. So that's probably a way that I'd be looking to bet them, other than, oh my God, Flacco's here. It seems like a real desperation play. And I'll be the first to say, I don't think Jake Browning is the reason why that Bengals team has just been absolute dreck. He's been horrible, yes, Andy, but Pat Mahomes behind that offensive line that they're trotting out there for the Bengals probably wouldn't look too great. So, I don't think you have to hedge out of anything because Joe Flacco came to town.
It's still the same defense. That's the crux of the problem. So,
yes,
I'm throwing the Rams in our sleeper lineup. I just want to fade this Ravens team. It worked easy last week. I don't think anything changes. Cooper Rush was efficient, but he still threw for 3 interceptions. That defense, again, is still bad. And the Rams disappointed everyone last week. I think people are going to be terrified to take them. They get extra rest to prepare. I don't see McVay and Stafford blowing 2 games in a row. Remember last week, prime time division rival? That's 2 weeks in a row. Primetime division rival where there's been a crazy kind of an upset. So going with the Rams. All right, let's do the mega contest week 6 picks. I'm creeping in on the leader, man. I'm only 3 points out of first place in the Bet Online mega contest. So we did good. I'm going to stick to my guns and lay the 7.5 on the Rams. I know I've been told, well, the line earlier in the week, no, give me the Rams in a blowout. We talked about the Seahawks with Teddy earlier. The Colts, so Bet Online locked in their line at -6.5. That's got to be a play with the news that Kyler is banged up, and I get it below that key number of 7. So I'll get that one. 49ers +3. I'm a believer in Mac Jones. I just am. I think he's looked really good. It's Kyle Shanahan. Somehow they won last week. There's something weird going on with this team. And then you really like this Falcons +4 against the Bills. Yeah.
I'm gonna bet the Atlanta money line, to be honest with you, Andy. I really like, and because we were talking before the show, and right after we're done with this show, I'm going to be recording the Circa Million show that I do with my friend Adam Rosenberg. We give our 5 picks, and we have some overlap here, Andy. And one of my favorites is this Atlanta Falcons team because they're coming off the bye. I think people aren't really remembering that this team has outgained their opponents by nearly 120 yards per game. Really good offense, and partially that's because the defense has been pretty solid. And a stat that I'm going to give out on that show, Andy, we'll give here as well to our over 1,100 people watching live, and hit that like button and subscribe. We appreciate it. This one from Mark Lawrence. And if you think about it, it sounds, this is really weird subset kind of stuff. It makes sense. The big holy shit stat for Mark Lawrence this week is Buffalo. They're coming off 3 straight home games, right? And NFL non-divisional road favorites who are coming off 3 consecutive home games, subset says they're 4-20 against the spread. And it makes sense. You've been home for 3 straight weeks. You've been sleeping in your same bed for 3 straight weeks. And now you have to go on the road against a team who I think you're getting a discount on here. I'm shocked that this thing is north of a field goal because I think that's where the game's going to play around, which is why I have to sprinkle the money line. I really like this Atlanta team. This feels like a dog week, Andy, which worries me because there's going to be a week where the public just absolutely feasts and favorites win and favorites cover. If this is the week that it happens, there's going to be a lot of sharps that are kicking themselves heading into this weekend because it is a major pros versus Joes week here. So who wins, the pros or the Joes? We'll find out. Atlanta's a big one of those pros versus Joes plays.
Yeah, 4 points on the road to a team that does not have a good defense is just a recipe for disaster. I think they struggle to blow teams out. All right. Thank you so much for everyone for making Football Fridays absolutely awesome. Gianni, Teddy, Marco, Dan, and especially all of you in the chat. Thank you so much. If you guys could please hit the like button, leave us a comment. Tell us who you like in the segment between me and Teddy Sell Me, or tell us some of your picks or props that you like. Our props preview video is going to be up. We also got Last Call this weekend. Yanni's Steam Report is up. Dan's going to be breaking down their Super Contest picks. A lot of content. That's why you hit the like button and subscribe to the WagerTalk YouTube channel. Trying to get to 225,000. That's our next milestone. We're right around the corner. Appreciate everyone for this week. Another great week of shows. We're going to be back Monday breaking down Monday Night Football and going over the weekend. Good luck on your bets this weekend. Take care.